75024 State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez. Record should reflect that everybody is present in court today. We are outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Mitchell, you had the Michael Morton paperwork to take care of this morning. Go ahead.
I do. At this time, Your Honor, the State Office State's Exhibit number 227, the Michael Morton paperwork for record purposes.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted for record purposes. Are there any objections to the charge other than has already been made known to the court?
No further objection.
Okay. And is there any reason why we can't bring the jurors in? I think you need to rest still.
Yes.
Are you going to call any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so both sides will rest. We'll go straight into arguments. Same order as you all told me yesterday. Anything change?
No, Your Honor.
What about from y'all?
No objection.
You want me to keep talking to you, or you want to work on your arguments?
You can keep talking. That'd be great. Did you say something?
Call the jury.
Judge, may I just make sure that system checker works?
Sure. Yeah, it sure does. Thank you, Mr. Duke. Let's give it a test run real quick. Is this our test run?
You got it up at all? Never mind that. But failure for good.
Should be up.
Are the other two up?
No, but it should be.
There's a button behind, I think.
Oh, there it is.
Same as, are you plugged in, Brandon?
I am.
Hey, Sheriff, come here. Just you. Just you.
There we go.
Hang on just a second. You got that one?
That's not
That's
what's
your
supposed to be
opening,
on the
right?
screen.
Is that you?
That's my sister's dog.
It's a legal
Hey,
vehicle.
Judy. So she was a judge for Halloween. Isn't that cute?
Should I be offended at that, Ms. Kagan? This one is not on.
Alright.
I'm gonna be cat lawyer.
Well,
Let's try and. I've got the other ones.
Very
There it goes. Alright.
all right. Make them
Oh.
black while I'm reading the directions, instructions. And Sheriff, call the jury.
All rise.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Mr. Sanchez, what says the defense this morning?
All right, this time you would rest.
And the state?
Your Honor, state closes.
Defense. Very good. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, Both sides have rested and closed their cases, which means you have heard all of the evidence that you're going to hear. As you may recall, the next order of business is that I'm going to give to you the jury charge. The law says that I have to do that in a certain way. Number one, it's written down and you will have it with you during the deliberation room, so please don't think that you have to memorize it. But second, the law requires that I read it out loud, and I'll do the best I can to be as efficient as I can. It's about 10 pages long. After I read it, you will hear arguments from these excellent lawyers. It's my understanding the state is going to open, Ms. Paver will open on behalf of the state, followed by Mr. Duke and Mr. Sanchez on behalf of the defense. And because they have the burden of proof, the arguments will be concluded by Ms. Mitchell. The jury charge contains the law that will be necessary to enable you to reach a verdict. You'll see that the jury charge follows a form that basically has the definitions, the legal definitions in the first couple pages. And then you'll see that there is an application paragraph, and then you'll see that there's defense of a third person. Anytime that you see in any of those paragraphs a term that is defined earlier in the jury charge, you are to use that definition. If a term is not defined, then you are to use your common, ordinary understanding of what the term means. Do not, under any circumstances, consult a dictionary or do any independent research. Remember, you all have done very well at keeping your oath in mind to render a verdict based on the law and the evidence. You've done well at that. The only evidence comes from the witness stand. The only thing that you're allowed to use is your common sense and things that you've heard in the courtroom and nowhere else. Now, as probably as important as ever, keep that instruction in mind. It doesn't go away just because you're deliberating. You are not allowed to deliberate unless all 12 of you are present at the same time during deliberations. The alternates will be placed in a different room, so the 12 of you, when all 12 of you are present, can deliberate. If one of you needs to take a break, then you need to cease your deliberations. I'll have some further concluding instructions after I read the jury charge. You will have all the evidence that was admitted before you in this case for all purposes. You've heard several times, and you may recall that I admitted things for record purposes only. That means it's not for you, it's for the court. You don't need to worry about that. Don't speculate about what it's all about. You're only to confine your deliberations to the evidence that you heard in court and that was received for all purposes. In the event that some of the evidence you want to review is digital evidence, we can bring that back. We will have to bring you back into court so that you can view it, and we can make those arrangements, but I don't have, there's a TV back there, but I don't have any way to display digital evidence on the TV. So with all of that in mind, jury charge reads as follows. Cause number F21-75024, State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez, 292nd Judicial District Court. Members of the jury, Darrin Lopez, hereinafter called the defendant, stands charged by indictment with the offense of murder alleged to have been committed on or about the 9th day of October of 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. You were instructed that the law applicable to this case is as follows. Offense. Our law provides that a person commits murder when he, 1, intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or 2, intends to cause serious bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Term definitions. Act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Actor means a person whose criminal responsibility is in issue in a criminal action. Another means a person other than the actor. Attempt to commit an offense occurs if, with the specific intent to commit an offense, a person does an act amounting to more than mere preparation that tends but fails to effect the commission of the offense intended. Page 2. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or impairment of physical condition. Conduct means an act or omission and its accompanying mental state. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury. Or 3, anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. Individual means a human being who is alive, including an unborn child at every stage of gestation from fertilization until birth. And everybody in the audience to please silence your cell phones. They don't need to be on right now. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Aggravated kidnapping is defined as abducting another person with the intent to hold them for ransom or reward, use them as a shield or a hostage, inflict bodily injury on a person or violate them sexually, or terrorize them or a third person. Sexual assault is defined as the penetration of the anus, sexual organ, or mouth of another person by any means, or the sexual organ of another person to contact or penetrate the mouth, anus, or sexual organ of another person without that person's consent. Aggravated sexual assault is defined as a person committing sexual assault while causing serious bodily injury or attempting to cause the death of the victim, using or exhibiting a deadly weapon in the commission of the sexual assault, or providing any substance capable of impairing the victim's ability to resist the act. Mental state definitions. Person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. Person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Application of the law to the facts. Now, if you find from the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that on or about the 9th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Darrin Lopez, did unlawfully, then and there, intentionally or knowingly cause the death of James Faith, an individual, by shooting him with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant guilty of murder, and you will next consider whether the defendant's conduct was justified as explained below. Or, if you find from the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that on or about the 9th day of October 2020, Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Darrin Lopez, did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to James Faith, an individual, and did then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by shooting James Faith with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and did thereby cause the death of James Faith, then you will find the defendant guilty of murder, and you will next consider whether the defendant's conduct was justified as explained below. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant is guilty of any offense defined in this charge, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Page 4, defense of a third person, justification as applied to murder. In regards to the offense of murder, you are instructed that under our law, a person is justified in using force against another to protect a third person if, under the circumstances as he reasonably believes them to be, such person would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force of another, which he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and he reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. A person is justified in using deadly force against another to protect a third person if, under the circumstances as he reasonably believes them to be, such person would be justified in using force to protect himself against another, which he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and when and to the degree the person reasonably believes deadly force is immediately necessary to A, protect the third person against the other's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force, or to prevent the other's imminent commission of aggravated kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, robbery, or aggravated robbery, and he reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. The defendant's belief that deadly force was immediately necessary is presumed to be reasonable if the defendant, 1, knew or had reason to believe that the person against whom the deadly force was used, A, unlawfully and with force entered or was attempting to enter unlawfully and with force the third person's occupied habitation, vehicle, or place of business or employment. B, unlawfully and with force removed or was attempting to remove unlawfully and with force the third person from the defendant's habitation, vehicle, or place of business or employment. Or C, was committing or attempting to commit aggravated kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, robbery, or aggravated robbery. 2, the defendant and the third person did not provoke the person against whom the force was used, and 3, the defendant and third person was not otherwise engaged in criminal activity other than a Class C misdemeanor that is a violation of the law or ordinance regulating traffic at the time the force was used. A person who has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the deadly force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the deadly force is used, is not required to retreat before using deadly force, and a finder of fact may not consider whether the actor or third person failed to retreat in determining whether an actor reasonably believed that the use of deadly force was necessary. Reasonable belief means a belief that would be held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same circumstances as the defendant, page 6. Deadly force means force that is intended or known by the person using it to cause, or in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Habitation means a structure or vehicle that is adapted for the overnight accommodation of persons and includes A, each separately secured or occupied portion of the structure, and B, each structure appertinent to or connected with the structure. The presumption of reasonable belief applies unless the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the facts giving rise to the presumption do not exist. If the state fails to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the facts giving rise to the presumption do not exist, the jury must find that the presumed fact exists. If the jury has a reasonable doubt as to whether the presumed fact exists, the presumption applies, and the jury must consider the presumed facts to exist. Application of defense of a third person to the offense of murder. Therefore, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 9th day of October 2020, the defendant, Darrin Lopez, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of James Faith by shooting James Faith with a firearm, a deadly weapon, or if you find that the defendant, Darrin Lopez, did then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to James Faith and did then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by shooting James Faith with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and did thereby cause the death of James Faith as alleged in the indictment, but you further find from the evidence, or you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that, viewed from the standpoint of the defendant at the time, from the words or conduct or both of James Faith, if it reasonably appeared to the defendant that the life or person of Jennifer Faith was in danger, and there was created in the defendant's mind a reasonable expectation or fear of Jennifer Faith's death or serious bodily injury from the unlawful use of force at the hands of James Faith, and that acting under such apprehension and reasonably believing that the use of deadly force by his intervention on his part was immediately necessary to protect Jennifer Faith against James Faith's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force, or to prevent the imminent commission by James Faith of aggravated kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, robbery, or aggravated robbery, then you will find the defendant not guilty. If you find from the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that at the time and place in question that the defendant did not reasonably believe that Jennifer Faith was in danger of death or serious bodily injury, or that the defendant, under the circumstances as viewed by him from his standpoint at the time, did not reasonably believe that the degree of deadly force actually used by him was immediately necessary to protect Jennifer Faith against James Faith's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force, or prevent James Faith's imminent commission of aggravated kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, robbery, or aggravated robbery, then you should find against the defendant on the issue of defense of a third person. Evidentiary instructions. Times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence, nor passes on the credibility of the witnesses. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, page 8, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that the defendant has been arrested, confined, indicted, or otherwise charged with the offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt at his trial. Extraneous conduct. You were instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this case regarding the defendant's acts, if any, other than the offense charged in the indictment, you cannot consider that testimony for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such acts, if any were committed. Even then, you may only consider it in determining motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake or accident, and for no other purpose. In all prosecutions for murder, the state or the defendant shall be permitted to offer testimony as to all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense. Fifth Amendment. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. In this case, the defendant has elected to testify. Presumptions and burden of proof. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require, page 9, the defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. The burden of proof is, in all criminal cases, rests upon the state throughout the trial, and it never shifts to the defendant. Prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state fails to meet its burden, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution proves guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. Concluding instructions. You are charged that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything that they may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. In deliberating on this case, you are not to refer to or discuss any matter or issue not in evidence before you. Further, you shall not discuss this case to anyone not of your jury. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the way to be given their testimony, but you are bound to receive and to follow the law from the court which is given to you in these written instructions. After you have retired to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in his or her charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your presiding juror through the bailiff who has you in his or her charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the court, the attorneys concerning any question you may have. After argument of counsel, you will retire and select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations and to vote with you in arriving at a verdict. Page 10. Your verdict must be unanimous. And after you have arrived at your verdict, you may use one of the forms attached by having your presiding juror complete and sign the particular form that conforms to your particular verdict. Signed by me, Brandon Birmingham, presiding judge, the 292nd Judicial District Court right here in Dallas County, Texas. Page 10 contains the verdict form. You will see that it instructs you to choose one, and that's because they are mutually exclusive. First verdict reads, we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Darrin Lopez, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, and there's a spot for the presiding juror to sign and print his or her name once that conforms to your unanimous verdict. Or, and again, they are mutually exclusive, we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Darrin Lopez, not guilty, and there's a spot again for the presiding juror to sign and print his or her name once that conforms to your unanimous verdict. Court will recognize the Honorable Caitlin Paver on behalf of the state. Ma'am, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, the idea that Darrin Lopez was justified in killing, in executing Jamie Faith, it is as absurd and unbelievable as those fake emails. Even if you give him every benefit of the doubt, even if you believe what he told you from this witness stand, which much of it was untrue or misleading, even if you were to believe all of that, it still does not justify the murder of Jamie Faith. You have been given the law on defense of a third person. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about this in voir dire. It has to be a reasonable belief. Yes, that means subjectively from the defendant's point of view, but it also means, and it's in here, the definition is in here, an ordinary and prudent person in the defendant's shoes. What did he reasonably believe? What would an ordinary and prudent person have reasonably believed in his shoes? What would an ordinary and prudent person have done? Would they not have tried to gather more information to get more answers about this supposed abuse that was going on? Absolutely. That is an ordinary and prudent person acting that way. But not him. He didn't seek any additional information. He just accepted the emails and the texts as he was receiving them. And as for the texts, we don't have them. So you just have to take his word for it that that's what was going on. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard about his mental health, about his PTSD. He has a mild TBI. He has some attention issues. And I'm certainly not going to diminish that he served his country and that he was injured doing so. That is true. But it does not excuse this behavior. In fact, to the contrary, he is more equipped than anyone else to conduct some reconnaissance. He told you he was trained by the ATF in reconnaissance. So why not go do a little reconnaissance of your own and figure out if this abuse is actually happening? He's trained in situational awareness, assessing threats, all of these things because he was special forces. So in fact, I think you can hold him to a higher standard than a reasonable person.
That's not the law, Your Honor. It's stating the law and burdens and higher standard that they're going to hold him to.
It's the defendant's subjective belief.
Members of the jury, if the lawyers say anything in conflict with what's written on the jury charge, you go with what's written in the jury charge.
You can consider his training, his experience, all of those things when you think about what his subjective belief would be. All of that fell by the wayside when it came to getting Jamie Faith out of the way so that he could have Jennifer Faith. He did nothing to investigate. And let's talk about immediately necessary. It has to be immediate. That means now, right this moment, action is needed. Not in a few minutes, not in a few hours, not later today, not this weekend. Right now, a split-second decision. Fear of future danger is never enough. And certainly, when you have premeditated an execution, there is nothing immediate about it. He drove 650 miles halfway across the country, 10 hours to ambush Jamie Faith. What is immediate about that? Even when he got to Dallas, he sat in the vacant house next door for hours before he acted. There was nothing immediate, and there was nothing necessary. Necessary means you have to do this. You have no other options. This is your only choice. We are talking about the taking of a human life being justified. It is a high standard. It has to be your only option. Ladies and gentlemen, Darrin Lopez had so many options that he did not take. He could have reached out to Jennifer's family. He could have tried to find her friends. He could have called American Airlines. These are all things he discusses. He considers them and then glosses right over them. He could have done the thing that every reasonable person would have done, which is call the police. He could have helped her just escape. He's special forces. Why don't you come on an escape mission? Not an execution. He had so many choices, and the only thing he did, he emailed Rob. That was how he handled this. I'll just email Rob, this guy I've never met. And when he doesn't do anything, I don't know, I guess I'll just skip all the other options and jump straight to murder. Absolutely not necessary. Nothing immediate and nothing necessary about it. And you will get that in the charge. You also will see in here, he can only use deadly force in response to deadly force or imminent harm. There was nothing imminent that was about to happen to Jennifer Faith. At most, he said, maybe Jamie would sometimes burn her on these walks. You don't get to kill someone because you think he might burn someone with a cigarette in a few minutes. That's absurd. And you will see in here the presumption. And if you read these provisions carefully, you will see it absolutely does not apply. I want you in particular to pay attention to the part about provoking the person. James Faith did nothing to provoke anyone in this situation. He was truly a completely innocent victim, walking along totally unsuspecting. That tells you that Darrin Lopez is not entitled to the presumption. There was nothing reasonable, immediate, or necessary about what he did. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that's assuming, that is assuming that you believe that he believed those emails. And they were absurd. You saw those pictures that he was receiving. They were clearly stills from pornographic movies. They were very explicit. Ladies and gentlemen, either you see those and you immediately know this is not real, or you see those and you immediately know I need to help somebody right this minute. You don't sit on it and wait 186 days. That's how long from the first time he heard about her abuse to the date he killed James Faith. 186 days went by that he did not act. He knew there was, even if you want to say, okay, maybe he didn't know for sure that they were fake, he knew there was something amiss. Any reasonable person would know that there was something off about those emails.
You use amens.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that because he sent that strangulation picture to himself. It's nowhere else on his phone, and you better believe if it had been emailed to him from that fake Jamie Faith account, he would not have deleted it. He didn't delete those emails. He sent it to himself, and you can go look at it. He sends it, there's a draft, he sends it to himself. He sends it to himself with a named file that's a series of numbers, and then when he sends it to Rob, he has retitled it, Choking. And he says to Rob, this is what he sent to me. Absolutely not. He was participating in it at that point. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about how you know that they had agreed on this. And I want you to pay attention to these dates in particular. On August 21st, Jen Faith texts Tina and says, I cut ties with Darrin. And we know that's not true. We know that's not true because the next day they're talking. And these are just the calls that are left in the call log. There's probably more out there, but they're talking. August 22nd, Google Doc, concerns / things to be addressed / done, shared by Jennifer Faith. August 22nd. They continue talking. August 29th, she sends it back to him. Invitation to edit. Concerns, things to be addressed or done. What do you think is in that document that they made sure was deleted? They continue talking, apparently watching pornography together, more talking, and ladies and gentlemen, September 3rd, she deletes those fake email accounts. Why would she delete them on September 3rd? Because she knew she didn't need them anymore. They had reached their agreement. The execution plan was underway. And he tells you September, that month, they did exchange text messages where she's telling him, you gotta have a front license plate in Texas. This is what time my pool boy is here in the morning. And he said, don't worry, I'm just gonna take the freeways, maybe once through downtown. This was premeditated. 100% premeditated. And it was so that he could have her. It wasn't to protect her. It was to get Jamie Faith out of his way. You heard on that video with the gunshots being fired, we hear someone say, "Hey," right before the gunshots. We don't know if it was the defendant or Jamie Faith. It could have been Jamie Faith's last words. What we do know is that Jamie Faith, either he said hey or he heard him say hey, and he turned around and he saw what was about to happen to him. He saw a masked man running up on him, ambushing him in the street when he's walking his dog. He knew those moments were his last. We talked a lot about honor. The defendant talked a lot about honor. There was no honor in this. This was the most dishonorable thing that a man can do. The execution of an innocent person for personal gain. And he is guilty of murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paver. Court will recognize the Honorable Cliff Duke on behalf of the defense. Sir, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Paver said something very clear that I want you to understand, that Darrin Lopez and Mr. Sanchez and myself, and I think all of us completely understand, is that Jamie Faith did absolutely nothing to provoke Darrin Lopez in any way, shape, or form. But this woman, his wife of over 15 years, created a monster out of the person that was Jamie Faith that absolutely provoked and terrified Darrin Lopez to this point of action. And understand that it was absolutely no mistake. You heard from Keith Duncan when he took the time to call in yesterday and be able to tell you that when he found out about what had gone on, it was close enough that almost 30 years later, it concerned him enough to call the FBI and say, "Hey, you've got to know about this. That she's done this before. She's done it exactly like this before. And she's been doing it since the time that Darrin and Jennifer first had that ever important romance that has been central to his life for his entire life. His first love that he held on to through war, through torture, through injury, and through failures, and that then he reconnected with, and that she immediately began to take advantage of. We have an advantage here, ladies and gentlemen. We have an advantage of all of the communication that you get to take back, that you can walk through from March 17th, date by date, all the way up and through, and follow what went along. And the state's implication that Darrin had some idea that this was fake or that this was wrong is ridiculous. Ms. Paver told you during voir dire, you don't leave your common sense at the door. Look at the emails, look at the communications, look at his testimony and what he has been able to tell you consistently throughout this entire process. And I want to take a couple minutes and talk to you and show you exactly what happened. That the two of them did reconnect. That she was important enough to him and had been for so long that he felt like it was important, that he had been drafting a letter to her even before he found her again. But from the beginning, he's not looking to steal her away from her marriage or to break up the marriage or immediately get her back, but that she was important enough to seek out again and reconnect with and tell her what she had meant as he was going through his 18 and a half years and 6 deployments in Iraq. That he had no desire to break up that marriage. But immediately, the two of them do connect. Jennifer tells him about how her marriage is broken, about how she is unhappy. And the two of them start an almost immediate emotional affair, and understanding where Darrin has been holding on to her for 2 decades, and how exciting it must be that she is interested and excited and as willing to re-engage with him. And Jennifer's been practicing this for 30 years. And what's some of the first things that she's talking about? How important it was to her for when he held on to her. She knows how important she was to him. And starting to ask about his injuries and how those affected him. She admits to her friend even. The two of them are having a full-blown emotional affair. Now, we may not like people getting in between marriages. We may not like the fact that marriages break down and the relationships don't work on both sides. But that doesn't remove us from what then happens as Jennifer Faith begins to manipulate this entire situation. When she creates a fake email for her husband, when she's already been texting Darrin as her husband, saying, I've got you and I'm punishing her for you two running around behind my back. The scary thing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that there's no evidence that's been admitted here at all that Jamie even knew that the two of them were ever communicating. That he was completely innocent in all of this. But Jennifer was portraying him as this monster as she started to ratchet things up. That she started to be emotionally abused by her husband. And then she began to start to become physically abused by her husband. And I'm sorry that I'm going to click through a few of these emails and make you look at them again. Because these are traumatic emails to folks like us, just looking at them with none of the connection. But it's important to remember, as Ms. Paver pointed out, from a subjective view, from Darrin's point of view, and from an objective view, in Darrin's shoes, what these were doing to him for the love of his life. When he's telling him about gang bang, triple penetration, that's what we'll be doing to her. Lining people up and the injuries that he had done to him. This is Jennifer turning her husband, James Faith, into a monster. Let's remember when this is. Society is shut down. We are on lockdown. Darrin has already been extremely removed from everybody, even before COVID. And this is what he is getting about the love of his life. I want to take a sidestep for just a minute and talk about the inconsistencies in these emails. And clearly, Darrin knew that because he was emailing these things to himself, because he had already got these injury photos and then is still asking them from Jennifer. We'll take a look again, because the email that Darrin sends back to Jamie is, P.S. I just got your email. Your sick birthday shit stops now. He hadn't got the injury photos. He was asking Jennifer, I need one photo, one pic, give me something. And then he sees this email from Jamie after the fact when he's already sent that back. I just got your email. This stops now. And the infamous choking picture. You heard it from Jordan Exman, and also from their own technical expert who wasn't as forthcoming with it. But they said it's very plausible and very reasonable that when you get something on a text, you've got to put it somewhere. And like a 50-year-old man, he's going to save it in his email, and that's exactly what we have here. It's put into the cache at the exact same time that he saves it into his own email. There's nothing nefarious about this. This isn't that he had had it for years. There's the implication that this somehow tells Darrin that this is all fake. Aha, I've got it, is ridiculous. That this is what they're pointing to, that he somehow should have known that Jennifer was manipulating him to this level, is beyond ridiculous. And then Darrin is still doing everything he can, as Jamie has had that birthday weekend, an important weekend. And look back at the dates in 2020. Look at the emails. This was all weekend leading up to Monday with the pictures. And Darrin's doing what he can at this point, right? He's trying to threaten Jamie through the emails. He's telling him, I am going to call the cops. I will have a domestic disturbance out there. And what do we hear then? That Jennifer automatically is getting back, no, I'm okay, it's okay, stop. Don't call the police, I don't want to get Amber involved. I'm going to deny everything. And what do we know at that point? If the police come out and Jennifer denies everything, and now Jamie knows that the police have been called, what's the ramp up at that level? Thank you, Judge. He's doing everything that he can, but Jennifer needs to pull him back. And so she creates Rob. So she's now impersonating two different individuals to give Darrin the way to get out and say, hey, look at what's going on. Get involved in this life. You know the two of them better. You can be involved and help step in. And things get better. We've got this spike in May, and then for the next 3 months, things get better. And again, we do see that the two of their relationship, Darrin is feeling better when they're talking and they're texting. They're building their relationship together, and things are not as bad as home because Rob has intervened and Jamie has been pulled back from the brink of this ridiculous, destructive, abusive action. And the two of them are having their emotional affair and their long distance relationship at this point, because it is more than just the emotional affair at this point. They are sexually engaged even though they are not together. That Darrin somehow is the one that is pushing this sadomasochistic evil stuff on Jennifer, even though that she's a rape victim. Read the letter again. We can see exactly where this is coming from. I'm finding out that you have an interest in dom sub things, the way that I role play makes me a daddy dom without even knowing it. Jennifer is introducing this thing that Darrin is interested in, and the love of his life, surprise, surprise, he is wanting to do exactly what she wants to be able to build that relationship more and more. She is the one introducing this. She is the one pushing the envelope. She is the one bringing Darrin into it. And even then, folks, it's insulting to victims of rape to compare a consensual BDSM relationship and gang rape. Those are two very different things. And the two of them are absolutely in love. And then things start getting worse again. He's cutting her hair. He's burning her with cigarettes. Jennifer is pushing on the accelerator back towards danger and threat and terrifying Darrin to the point that he's overreacting. 3 hours. I mean, good grief, I can go a couple of days sometimes without hearing somebody without panicking. But Darrin Lopez, 3 hours and he's emailing Rob freaking out. Is she okay? And then she pulls the only outlet line that he's got. Rob goes away. He has no other person to reach out to. Jennifer has shut down any ability for Darrin to be able to reach out and try to help from where he is isolated and scared and terrified for what's going on. And she pushes on the accelerator to the point that Darrin is tracking her every moment through the Las Vegas trip, terrified that she might just disappear, and at least I've got some Google data to tell the police where she was at the last time. And she's pushing on the accelerator as she is building up where she drowned by her husband in a hot tub to where he had to resuscitate her, and where he's going to do it again. Almost 6,000 texts between the two of them between October 1st and October 9th, pushing on the accelerator, scared of that anniversary date, scared of how things are building up, terrified of what Jamie is doing, leading up to a date certain, an anniversary weekend that's going to be special, where she is going to be drowned now not just on one man's penis, but on multiple, and see how long it takes her to come back. As Jennifer is pushing the envelope, creating this monster of her creation onto Darrin Lopez. And as you're thinking about all of this, you have to, number one, think about it from Darrin Lopez's perspective, the subjective perspective. And then number two, you have to look at it objectively of a reasonable person in his shoes as a damaged, broken, 100% disabled war veteran. Thinking about every failure in his life for the family of Jeff Frensley that died in 2008. When he failed to save his granddaughter Skylar in 2009. When he failed Don Garland, his Special Forces teammate who took his life in 2012. When he failed with his identity, was taken away, ending his military career. The entirety of his life taken away because of a medical discharge. When he failed to stand up for his family and was beaten by a debt collector in 2014. As his marriage failed and his wife has moved on to somebody else. Darrin could not fail Jennifer Faith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duke. Mr. Sanchez, you have 17 minutes out of the 30 remaining. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll let you know when you have 2 minutes remaining for your request.
May it please the court, counsel. Good morning. You've been here all week. I know it's been hard. It's been hard for all of us to sit here and listen to the evidence. You didn't have a choice to be here. You know, it was an invitation to come to serve on jury duty. It was an order that you received in the mail, and you all showed up, and we thank you for that. But you did have a choice. You had a choice whether to tell the truth during jury selection and whether you paid attention. And every time I looked over, every single juror was paying attention and doing their job, and I thank you for that. We had to sit through tedious evidence, 3 hours almost of email rereadings, but I didn't see anybody looking away. You're all looking intently because I think you're taking your job serious. And this is the time now, where, as I say, where the rubber meets the road. We've done all our job now. We've presented to you everything that we can present to you under the law. So now it's going to be in your hands. You are the ones that are going to go in the back and decide. We can't be back there trying to argue anymore with you on this case. You're on your own now as 12 individuals deciding what you're going to believe or not believe and where you're going to decide in this case. It's going to be a decision based on your own individual and moral assessment, as we talked about during jury selection. I look at the 12 of you, you all look different. You all look different than me too. We all come from different places in life. We all had different experiences. We've all been raised a certain way. We have different moral compasses. So each of you cannot put that away when you're deciding what the case is. Okay? You can't get rid of that. That's part of your makeup. That's part of your gut that tells you what to do. So when you go back there, don't give that up. Don't give that up, and you vote how you think you should vote, not based on what somebody else thinks. Just briefly, I'm just going to cover these real quick. You know, your rights as a juror, you had a right to the whole truth. And I think you got most of it. I think you got most of it from the state. But you have a right to the whole truth, and you decide what you received, okay? But basically, what it comes down to is what happened here, okay? Just to respond briefly to what the state had just told you. They told you should hold Darrin to a higher standard because he was a special forces soldier, okay? That he knew how to collect intel. They want you to hold him to that standard when he first finished training and he first started to go to war. But in reality is, he wasn't that soldier anymore at that time. We know that for a fact. It's documented from the military. He wasn't the soldier that he was when he first served. As a matter of fact, the military told him, you're not good enough anymore to be a soldier. Guess what? You're disabled. We don't want you anymore. We can't have you serving the country anymore. We've used you as much as we needed to use you. And now the shell of yourself, you're going to have to go back to your little farm in Tennessee. And you know what? You're on your own now. You're going to cope with whatever trauma you went through by yourself. It's up to you whether you want to go get treated by a doctor. It's up to you whether you want to take your medication. So to hold him to the standard of a special forces soldier when he was first a soldier is unfair and absurd. If we're talking about absurdities, that's one right there. But who was Darrin Lopez now when he got back from the war and disabled due to his PTSD, which is very important, as the doctor told you earlier, because at that point, not only was he injured, not only was he emotionally vulnerable, but his sense of danger was affected because of it. Because of his service to this country, now he viewed danger differently. Because again, you have to look at it through his eyes. You have to put yourself in his position and how he viewed things. And where did all this start? Where did this case start? Remember at the beginning when I told you, you know what, yes, Jennifer's not sitting in this courtroom. She's not on trial, but her acts are intertwined so much that she is on trial in what she did. The only way the state can get around that is by trying to say, well, Darrin must have known. He had to know that these emails were fake. That's the only way they're going to get around it. Because if you believe what Darrin believed, that those were actual emails that he was receiving in his state of mind at that time, then you know that she led him to do what he did. And this all started, just like my co-counsel said, in high school. He loved her. One of the most special memories that he had was that he went to Europe on this trip, kissed her on the Eiffel Tower, walked through the Black Forest, sat in the rain on a bench. These memories were so important to him that he held on to them. Even when he first entered the military, he put them on a card. So if he was ever captured and tortured, he could use those memories to get through that traumatic event. They dated, they broke up. He went off to work a little bit at Jack in the Box, but eventually he went to the horrors of war, fighting terrorists. And because of that, he started to go through traumatic events, as you heard. The major one being he got blown up next to a truck full of nitrate that caused him to have a traumatic brain injury. Now they're trying to say it's mild. Guess what? I don't think anybody wants to have even a mild traumatic injury, okay? He had a brain injury. And it also, the trauma kept going. Kept going through his service. He suffered more traumatic events. And then even after he got out, he suffered more trauma, which contributed even to him still having that condition at the time he reconnected with Jennifer. And so is it any surprise that he was overjoyed and giddy, I would say, that he was finally able to find her and contact her, and that she actually wrote back, and that she actually reciprocated his love for her. And guess what? That was the biggest mistake he's made in his life, reconnecting with her. Because what do we know about Jennifer Faye? She's not a good person. She's manipulative. She's deceitful. She lies to everyone. She uses anybody the way she wants to. You heard from her prior boyfriend how she's been doing this since high school. And we heard Detective Barnes tell you that there was another individual that the investigation revealed that she had done similar things to.
Objection, misstatement of the facts, Your Honor.
The jury will recall the facts as you recall them.
When I asked the question, I said, didn't your investigation reveal there was at least 2 other individuals that she had done this to in the past? And he said, yes. So they reconnect, they start talking, but we also know again that Jennifer will use anybody to her to get what she wants. We know that. Just as Emery Wilson told you, one of the first witnesses, the gentleman who came up to help when the shooting happened. At the very end of his testimony, he says, she used everyone. Even him. She was even trying to get him to try to say that maybe the person who committed this might have been black. And that's what even caused him to maybe not even talk to her anymore. Okay? She used the police, lied to them. Even when they were sitting down trying to comfort her and praying with her, she was deceiving them the whole time. She lied to Jamie. She even used her daughter, Amber, as an excuse not to involve the police. And especially, she lied to Darrin. Now this argument that Darrin knew those were fake emails, if they're going to use the word absurd, that's the most absurd argument you're going to hear today. And the way you know it's absurd is because Detective Barnes told you from the stand that Darrin was duped. Detective Barnes, one of the main investigators on this case, ATF liaison, told you that he was manipulated. He didn't hedge. He told you that right to your face. So why would Detective Barnes have that opinion? Why would he tell you, one of the lead investigators who knows more about this case than anybody, why would he say that to you if that wasn't true? And because it's true, that means he was manipulated. He was duped. And when someone's duped, that means they didn't know what they were reading was not real. She created all the information in this case, created the whole world, created the monster, and then set Darrin, the disabled soldier, to do her bidding. I usually don't make notes for closing arguments, but I think this is just a very important case, and I want to make sure I don't miss anything. But again, she took advantage of Darrin's love for her. She took advantage of Darrin's commitment to her, his memory of her, and used it. And where you see the biggest manipulation of all is after the killing. But before that, she, as my co-counsel said, I'm not going to go over everything he actually said because he did a good job doing that, but you could see the arc of the danger that she used in this case, and that she manipulated, and that she lied about. She meets him, she asks about his traumatic brain injury, she even asked to see his records, and she starts using it to her advantage. She even told him, and you'll see in one of the emails, that she had some certification in brain injury. So she knew what she was doing. She knew which buttons to push, and she knew the condition that Darrin was in. Now, we're not saying he's intellectually disabled, but he suffered from a condition that caused him to believe that harm might be coming more than most people, which tells you why he acted the way he did. So she ramps him up with that date. Before, she was just talking about abuse. She thought he was going to call the police, and Rob gets introduced, the fake Rob. Rob is a real person. He really was a coworker of hers, but not the Rob in the email. She totally made that up. So she's controlling all the information and how Darrin receives it. He's getting emails from the fake Jamie, emails from the fake Rob. He's receiving information that way. He's getting text messages, but through her phone, because she had to control it to be through her phone because she didn't want him calling another number. So she makes it where he's texting through her phone, and that is important because that's how Darrin and her eventually, or it was actually Darrin who said, you know what, let's use this code so that way I know if it's really you calling me. That was his idea, Darrin's, because he wanted to make sure it was her. Okay? So she's controlling the emails, she's controlling the text messages, and she's controlling herself talking on the phone. She's also controlling when Darrin should get rid of emails or get rid of text messages. And we know he was not deleting emails in November to try to cover something up. Because as you've seen, most of the information we got in this case was from Darrin, who didn't get rid of a lot of stuff. From his computer, his email account, his phone. She was smart. She got rid of not only her text messages, except for the ones she overlooked to Tina. Not only that, she got rid of her phone. Darrin didn't get rid of his phone. She got rid of her phone, came in with a brand new phone. So as she's controlling this information and controlling him from going to the police, and again, they're making it sound like that's some kind of absurd thing. He was committed to her. She had lied to him, and she had told him it's going to get worse, and he believed it, and he was going to do anything she asked. He even told you from the stand. He was so committed to her and in love with her, he was going to do whatever she asked, including protect her. So we start after the Vegas trip. She starts again push. She's decided, I think I need to get rid of my husband. I'm sure that's what she thought. The evidence would show that. So what does she start to do? She says, it's time to get rid of him, and I'm going to start telling Darrin that it's getting worse. And just by the way, an aside, the way you know that Darrin didn't know that was a fake email account from Jamie is because she casually slides it into a forwarded email about a diet plan. if that was some kind of role play or some kind of fantasy play, like, why would you do that? The only purpose of that would be to say, make it look like that was a real email. But we get back to September. She starts ramping up the allegations of abuse, telling him it's real. And as you heard, Darrin believed that it was anguishing him. He was going through another trauma too. Not only the traumas that he already had gone through that made him vulnerable to manipulation before, he told you how she would call him late at night and also, on top of the emails, tell him what happened and how she felt, where he couldn't sleep. He was going crazy.
You used 28 of your 30 minutes.
Thank you. And so, Darrin, you know he thought it was an immediate danger because he jumps in his car and he drives straight to Dallas to save her. Straight to Dallas, stopping to put gas in the car only. He gets to South Dallas, he's lost. He knows once he turns on his iPad that, you know, he's leaving a breadcrumb, but it didn't matter to him because he wasn't going to lose another person. He gathered himself there and he thought about all the past trauma he's had, all the people he lost, and he wasn't going to let Jennifer be lost without him being able to do something. So he goes, and the first instant that he can safely save her, he does. He acted immediately to the danger that he perceived and that Jennifer created. If you put yourself in Darrin's position, it's reasonable to believe that he really felt he had to act at that point. I think a lot, you don't even have to be in Darrin's position. A lot of people in his position, if they were led to believe by the deceit of Jennifer Faith, would believe that. And he acted. And he killed him. And then when he found out that he was totally innocent, it devastated him. But it took him a long time. It took him a long time. Even after being confronted with Jennifer's deceit, he still didn't want to believe it. And he finally did. And when he finally did, he cooperated with law enforcement. And even, and if you look at Jennifer's direction and manipulation in this case, it really comes to light after the killing, because she's the one directing the cover. She's the one telling him, "Hey, you need to get rid of these text messages." She's telling him this. She's the one saying, "Hey, that sticker, you might want to get rid of that. Go take it off." He hadn't even done that. He hadn't even done that. He hadn't even thought about that. She's the one that tells him, "Take the sticker off." And then in her very last attempt to deceive Darrin and get him to cover up for her, she sends him this Defendant's Exhibit Number 2, a letter on October 19th of 2021, where she says, 575. Just a quick note to say, I never lied to you, and I have never sent you emails from any account but mine as me. If Darrin knew that those were fake emails, why is she sending a letter to him in jail telling him that they were not fake emails? Why send a letter like this if he knew that? Because he didn't. And she was trying to cover for herself. Because she already had used Darrin for her purpose. And now she was trying to get Darrin to cover up for her. This is very vital because this undercuts their whole argument that he knew that those were fake emails. I think you all are reasonable people. I think you all can go in the back and make a reasonable decision based on the evidence that you heard. And we're asking you to do the right thing under the law. That's what we're asking you to do. I think we can sum up this whole case by the last words of some of the witnesses that you heard. You heard her old boyfriend from high school tell you that she had done this before and she did it again. And that's exactly what happened here. You heard Mr. Emery Wilson tell you that she used everybody, and she did. Darrin may have pulled the trigger, but she pulled down. And as Dr. Fabian told you at the end of his testimony, but for Jennifer, this would have never happened. I think you have all the evidence in front of you to tell you that deep in your heart and deep in your gut for you to make the proper decision in this case. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Court will recognize the Honorable Brandy Mitchell. Ma'am, you have 16 minutes. You may
Thank you,
proceed
Your Honor.
whenever you're ready.
May it please the court, counsel, co-counsel. Anguish, Darrin night. They didn't stop talking since March 17th. They couldn't keep away from each other. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to kill a man, if you're going to end his life, if you're going to choose the time and the place where his life ends, like Darrin did, then you better have a damn good reason. That's basic human moral conduct. And it better not be based on absurd emails. Subject line, get Jen home now, all caps. It better not be based on two grown men arguing via email. Interestingly, these emails on after September 3rd, when Rob Schmidt's email was deleted, Darrin never emails that again. Never. There's not one email. Nothing.
Your Honor, I have to object. There was an email where he was wondering why the email had been deleted.
Members of the jury, you'll recall the testimony.
You better have a damn good reason, and it better not be based on some text conveniently deleted where a man tells another man the who, what, why, when, and where of the murder of his wife. That a man who works for American Airlines in IT is going to email and text this. You better have a good reason. Legally, it must, and this makes sense, it must be immediately necessary. And nothing about what those two did, nothing about what was going on, as Ms. Paver said, was immediately necessary. I'm sure, it's a good thing, I guess, that James Faith and Jennifer Faith, or James Faith, wants to keep up the routine of walking his dog before the murder of his wife later on, before an underwater blowjob drowning. That was convenient for Darrin. These two both cooked it up. Both. And he ran up to him and he executed him. An unarmed man. Nothing about that situation was immediately necessary. Everything that you guys have heard, these two cooked it up, and we know it. And there is no legal defense here. There is not one legal defense that applies in this case. There are lies, and there are stories, and there's strange sex and strange love, but there's no defense. There is but one victim here. One victim. James Faith. PTSD, a concussion. People have those all the time. They don't go out and commit murder. They don't show up based on some absurd communications and then tell you, oops, I deleted all that. But that was my justification for killing a man. Gone. Ladies and gentlemen, that man lost his life within seconds. Dead on the street. This good man. Jennifer Faith is responsible, and Darrin Lopez is responsible. And we are asking you to find him guilty, because he is guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Members of the jury, the next thing that's going to happen is that you all are going to go to the jury room to begin your deliberations. As the instructions tell you, you need to elect a foreperson, and then you'll begin your deliberations. All of the evidence will be sent back with you. A couple things. I'm going to sort of preempt some things based on experiences that I've had in the past. Some juries will go back and they'll send a question back to me saying, can we have a transcript of the trial? It does not work like that. The law forbids a general rereading of testimony. You all can articulate for me in writing if you have a specific disagreement about testimony, and I'll give you an example. Judge, we would like to have Brandon's testimony read back. Can't have that. Judge, 6 of us think that Brandon said the light was red. 6 of us think that Brandon said the light was green. Can you please go back and find that particular testimony, and we can begin looking. And as soon as we can get it, we'll give it to you. However, it's not instant. There's a process that must be followed. I only tell you that because I want you to understand that we'll be working as hard as we can, but it's not instantaneous. Other than that, I'm going to have some additional instructions for the alternate jurors. You are alternate jurors. We'll have accommodations for you in the back that is separate from the jurors in this case. You need to be there. If you need to take a restroom break or anything like that, you need to make sure that Sheriff Martin knows how to get a hold of you in case something happens and we need you immediately. Please wear your juror badges, and that goes for everybody in case you all do take breaks. And if anybody approaches you, and this goes for anybody, that makes you feel uncomfortable around here while you're on a break or taking a break, please let the bailiff know. We are now working on your schedule. If you want to go back and deliberate now, you can. If you want to go back and take a break, you can do that too. We'll be working on your schedule from here on out. The only thing I ask is that you keep us apprised of what your schedule will be by sharing that with Sheriff Martin. All rise for the jury. Court's in recess pending the jury's verdict. Go ahead, Sheriff.
All right.
Thank you, Sheriff. You all may be seated. Members of the jury, it is my understanding that you all have reached a verdict, and that verdict form was signed by the presiding jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you handed that to the bailiff, and I have that now, and I'll read it. Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Duke, and Mr. Lopez, if you would please rise for the reading of the verdict. Verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Darrin Lopez, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Members of the jury, if that is your individual verdict, would you please signify so by raising your right hand? Thank you all very much. You can put your hands down. Let the record reflect that all 12 members of the jury did in fact raise their right hands. You all may be seated. Is the state ready for punishment?
Stage ready, Your Honor.
Very good. You may proceed and call your first witness.
State calls for Jason Snyder.
Sir, you can take the witness stand. Miss Mitchell, there's a water bottle up there. Would you mind getting that out? And sir, I'll remind you, you're still on the oath I gave to you previously.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Welcome back, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
All right, and you're the same Jason Snyder that testified in the guilt innocence portion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to go over a few more things with you. Can you tell me how old Jamie was when he died?
He was 49 years old.
49, okay.
Yeah.
And were there plans, they were starting to plan for his 50th birthday?
Yeah, there were plans to have his 50th birthday in the Dominican Republic. Yes,
Okay, and you were going to go with them?
correct. I was actually supposed to be helping out with the arrangements.
Did you know Jamie's mom and dad?
I did.
What are their names?
Rita is his mother, and Jim or James Faith Sr. Is his father, who has passed away.
Okay. And does he have siblings?
He's got a sister named Lori.
Is she still here?
She is, yeah. She's in, I believe she lives in California.
Okay. And when did Jamie's dad die?
I believe it was April of 22.
Had you met them before personally?
I had, yes.
Where did you meet them?
I've met them at family gatherings, parties, and they used to always come down to Phoenix when I owned the dance studio and watch Amber. At the end of the year, we'd have a end of the year recital.
Okay, so you've met them several times.
Correct.
And then, but now the dad has died, and it's just his mom.
Yes.
left. Okay, and
And
his
sister,
sister.
yeah.
Okay, does his sister have children?
She's got two children, well, young adults.
Okay, so he has a niece and a nephew?
Correct.
You've been in contact with his sister and his mom, is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you've kind of been the representative of the family, would you say?
I would say somewhat, yes, for sure.
I mean, you've been, and can you explain to the jury why? I mean, are they just, mom and the sister just sort of devastated by this and
Yeah.
okay.
It's very tough for them, as you can imagine.
It was almost easier for them not to be here physically, is that correct?
Yes.
How old is the mother?
I'm not sure how old the mother is. His sister is 4 years older than Jamie.
So she's in her 50s.
Correct.
Okay. What about, do you also know a Jeremy Gebler?
I do.
Okay, and you know him from Phoenix?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and you actually know who, you met him?
Yeah,
Hung
been
out
at
with him.
been at gatherings with them, parties. His son and my son are about the same age. His son's just a little bit younger, but involved in baseball. So yeah, we know each other fairly well.
Okay, and Jeremy also, did you speak to him after the murder?
Yeah, not immediately after murder. Yeah, but we've been in contact since, and same thing with Jeremy. It really it has been very tough for him.
In fact, he was traumatized after finding out how his name was being thrown about.
Yeah, especially that. Yeah.
Flu, obviously.
At all.
So it's been tough for Jamie's family, and you've become sort of the spokesperson.
Yeah,
Oh, in a way.
in a way.
Okay. When did you meet Lori, the sister?
I met her, so we had flown, my wife at the time had flown down to Dallas the day after Jamie was murdered. And Jamie's sister, his mother and father were down there probably around the same day that I got there.
Okay, so they came down immediately after his murder as well?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the first time you had met Lori?
First time I had met Lori.
Okay. Did you see her again afterwards?
Yeah, I saw her at the memorial in Phoenix at the American Airlines facility.
Okay, so American Airlines did a memorial for him out in Phoenix?
Yes.
And at their AA?
Yeah, it might have been like a training center or something. It was a big room that they had. You know, it could fit a lot of people in there, and that's where it was.
Was some of his work people there?
Yeah, several of his work. A lot of his work people were there. A lot of Jennifer's old coworkers, friends, family. Yeah, a lot of people there.
Ed Weber, was he there?
Ed was there.
And who was Ed to Jamie?
Ed was Jamie's boss at the time of his death.
Okay, and Ed was supposed to be here for this, but he's just had surgery. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just coming out of surgery.
Yep.
He was Jamie's direct boss.
Yes.
Okay. And Jamie had a lot of coworkers. Tons of coworkers at American Airlines. Correct?
That's correct.
Had a really good relationship with them.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think they all loved him.
Okay. And about how many employees did he supervise?
If I remember correctly, I believe it was about 50 or so in Phoenix, and I believe when he got his promotion, and the main reason why he moved to Dallas was I think he oversaw about 300 employees out here in Dallas.
Okay. Okay. And what did Jamie like? I mean, no. You saw that Easter video that played during Guilt Innocence, correct?
Correct.
You were in here?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, you see James in it, and Jennifer has the camera, and there's James. And there's a bunch of kids in there, right? Do you recall
Yes,
that? Okay.
I do.
Do you have any idea who those kids are?
I believe some, if not all of them, were like neighbor kids. I think Jamie's neighbor in Dallas would foster kids, and I think that a lot of those kids were, from next door or, within the neighborhood for sure.
Okay. And that was common for Jennifer and Jamie to host the neighborhood kids, right?
Yeah, they've always had an open door to, be giving and just, have gatherings. Yeah, they've always kind of been like that.
And you guys would all get together a lot, especially when y'all were all in Phoenix. Is that correct?
Yeah, we get together for holidays, special occasions, birthdays, Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. I'll pass the witness.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Very good. May this witness be found excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service.
I'm gonna have to double check, Your Honor, if that's okay.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. All right, members of the jury, I understand that lunch is quickly on the way. So we are going to break for lunch. Now that you all have rendered a verdict, we're going to go back into trial mode, so to speak. You're not allowed to discuss this case or evidence that you might have heard. from this point forward, please don't do any independent research on this case. Don't do anything that might jeopardize the sterile environment that you all have worked so hard to keep and maintain throughout this process. Enjoy your food. We'll be back in the jury room at 12:45. All rise for the jurors. Court's in recess. Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Ms. Mitchell, call your next witness, please.
Say called Melanie Blackburn.
Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, could you please turn, face, and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
Please have a seat. You respond to questions from Ms. Mitchell, perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
May I first bench, Your Honor? Kelly, I'm sorry, Kelly. You're Kelly. Melanie. Sorry about that. I was gonna say something to you, Kelly. Melanie, can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, spell your whole name?
Okay, it's Melanie, Melony. Last name Blackburn, Blackburn.
And Ms. Blackburn, up on the screen, that's James Faith Jr., is that correct?
That is.
Okay,
Yes.
and how did you know him?
First, he was my boss. He was my director before COVID. We had some reorgs, and then he moved to a different group, but still kept in contact with me. Second, he was a mentor and a friend.
All right, how long did you know Ms. James?
And since the time of our merger, when they moved to Dallas, that's when he became my director, and our group moved under him.
But even after he was not your direct supervisor, y'all still kept in touch?
Right, we did keep in touch. I actually talked to him the Thursday, the week prior, before he was murdered.
Okay, and what were you guys talking about?
He called just to check in on me. We were all locked down at American, and he knew that was probably driving me crazy. So checked in on me, made sure that my husband and I were doing okay. My husband also works for American. Making sure we're okay, making sure that I was taking care of myself, along with all the work that we were doing to try to prepare for that new world that we were living in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And particularly it's the airlines particularly hard too.
Right. And the group I was in, we had a lot of changes we had to make to accommodate passengers flying. So he knew that I was working more than I was supposed to be, probably. So.
Was that a common trait of his to check on people?
It was, yes. He would reach out, check on us. Anytime he'd see an email come through at 1 o'clock in the morning, or know that we're on vacation, or even just to say, hey, did your daughter do this? Like things that we would talk about. There were a lot of times before we moved to our new office buildings that it would be him, another one of my coworkers, and me were generally the last three in our area that were still there. So there were a lot of times we'd talk about the latest technology, what's happening in my daughter's lives and Amber's life. A lot of times you'd get a text, she just landed, I got to go. So it was always, we had that business connection, but we also had that personal connection.
And speaking of that, would he invite coworkers or people he managed over to his house?
He would. There's several times he had meetings at his house that everyone would go. I went over one time for a dinner meeting.
How would you describe him as a manager?
As a manager, he was very fair. He would fight for his employees. He would always have your back and left you to be the one making the decisions. He might kind of guide you to tell you this is the way it's going, or.
And he was pretty high up, would you say? Like, what was his title?
He was a director of customer technology.
Right. And he had a lot of employees under him, correct?
He did, probably around 300 at one time. Mm-hmm.
And did you feel like you still had, or his employees still had a connection with him, even though there was 300 of them?
They did. There were a group of us that, like I said, he'd always just check on us and make sure we're okay.
You were talking about to me earlier about charities. Can you explain what?
Yeah, we were very passionate when U.S. Air and American merged, passionate about making that connection so it's not an us versus them with the IT community. So we would do charity events, we do quarterly events, try to bring that psychological safety to everyone and to make us one. The biggest event that we had was the last in-person event in 2019, which was our holiday party. We would always have Toys for Tots, and then generally like Animal Angel Tree or some other organization as well. Things that we were all passionate about, kids and animals. So we would have raffle tickets. Everyone coming would have the chance to have raffle tickets. We would wear that one in particular, Jamie always at Christmas wore a Christmas jacket. And then from A Christmas Story, yes. I cannot remember that. From A Christmas Story, and then I had a little holiday dress on, and so he was the MC, and we were going around and we were getting people to buy the raffle tickets. That year we had 4 huge Toys for Tots boxes overflowing, and we also did a coat drive for Addison High School because we are very connected with Addison High School, and do a mentor program there.
He was a cheerleader.
He was.
He supported his team.
Oh yeah, he supported everyone, and that year we had the biggest donations that we ever had, and it was nice being able to deliver that check to Toys for Tots for those.
Would you consider him kind of goofy?
Oh yes, he was very goofy. He didn't like a silent room, so if we were in a meeting and there was a lull, he would always have something funny or witty to say. He'd pop up in meetings once we started with the Teams meetings, pop up and he'd have like a disguise on or something funny to make you laugh.
You also talked about after his death, like how the American Airlines, how you guys all came together. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, immediately after we learned of his death, which was right that same morning, we jumped into how can we help Amber and Jennifer? How can we help their family? We knew Mom and Dad would be in, we knew sister would be in, so we arranged a meal train and collected money. Well, we didn't arrange the meal train. We collected the money to donate to the meal train. So we were able to donate a week's worth of meals for the family, along with donating to the GoFundMe and other things.
I think you also said there's just like sort of a chat too.
And we do.
Hundreds of employees were.
We created a Teams channel chat, and it's pages and pages of just memories from people who have moved on from our group, just saying nothing but wonderful things about him and his mentorship.
I know several of you and your coworkers have reached out to me to say how
we did.
They wanted to speak on him.
Yes.
Did he have any, just really quick, anything particular hobbies or any particular memory that you have of him that stands out?
He loved the Green Bay Packers. Even had, like I said, he had the Christmas Story jacket. He had a Green Bay Packers jacket he wore with his jersey. He loved to cook. He loved sharing his knowledge on the latest technologies with you. He really loved life and loved to travel, and he loved Amber.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blackburn. I appreciate you being here.
Thank
I'll
you.
pass the witness.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Great.
Right.
And you may be finally excused. Please be careful of any of the wires. Call your next witness, please.
At this time, you're on to the state rests.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Sanchez, what says the defense? Sir, if you would please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat on the witness stand, could you please face me and raise your hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. I do. Please have a seat. You're responding to questions first from Mr. Sanchez and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell directly in front of you. You may proceed whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Philip Stephen Heil. That's Philip Stevenheil.
And Phil, where are you from? Can I call you Phil?
You may.
Okay. Where are you from, Phil?
I grew up in Lubbock, graduated high school in Galveston, Texas.
And how do you know Darrin Lopez?
I first met Darrin in 2002 in the Special Forces qualification course.
And did you serve with him?
Yes.
So you met him in 2002 in the qualification course. Were you training at the same time? Were you ahead of him? How did that work?
So he was actually a little bit ahead in the medical course. Without getting into it, is a little bit longer than the weapons sergeant course. I was weapons sergeant. We were training on the range. Darrin was providing medical coverage for the range while we were doing our weapons training. So we did that training. After that, we kind of stayed in contact a little bit, but very busy in the qualification course on doing different jobs. So I didn't run into Darrin again until I got to 5th Special Forces Group, deployed to Kuwait, was assigned a team. I walked into the tent where my new team was and saw Darrin. And I was like, oh, hey, what's going on? I hadn't talked to him in a while through the training. So
From that point on, did you serve with him in combat?
yes, we were on the same Operational Detachment Alpha, which is a small 12-man team. Not always 12, but that's where you're supposed to round out. We served together for probably just over 3 years through our first 3 combat deployments in Iraq.
And that was with the Special Forces?
Yes, as Green Berets, members of an Operational Detachment Alpha, our team number was 575 in 5th Special Forces Group.
And what kind of things did you have to do in the Special Forces when you were serving with Darrin?
On deployments or
Yes,
just
deployments.
overall?
Overall.
Wow, there's a lot. I will keep it extremely brief. There's a lot of things that a Special Forces team can do. Mainly in the first deployment, we were tasked with finding I don't know if everybody's still familiar with the Deck of 55, the top 55 members of the former regime. Well, then there was lists below that. So we had these lists and we were tasked with sort of finding these individuals, apprehending these individuals and bringing them in so that they could be questioned with regard to the whole weapons of mass destruction thing or any information that the government could get to help build a new government or guide them. So
Was this part of the search for Saddam Hussein?
I mean, everybody was looking for him. Everybody. Nobody really had to be tasked. I know there were certain units that were specifically tasked with that hunt, but everybody was looking for information on him. So,
Was this dangerous work?
yes.
Did people get injured?
Yes. Fortunately for us on that deployment, no one in our team was injured, but there were enemy combatants that we engaged at several times and were engaged. So yes, it was dangerous, and we had to engage people and close with, kill the enemy.
And you are familiar with Darrin's decorated past as a soldier, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty familiar.
You've actually looked at his military records.
Yes.
In order to be able to explain to the jury, the awards he received as a Special Forces soldier.
Right, just to kind of refresh the memory a little bit, because it doesn't quite work as well as it used to, but just to get some of the dates and things together. But yeah.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit number 8. Does it look familiar to you?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to look at them before you testified, correct?
Correct.
The tabs that have been put on there are in colors. The red ones, I believe, are awards you received, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, and also you've brought a demonstrative aid that can help you explain to the jury the medals that he's received, correct?
Yes. Actually, we were able to get one of Darrin's old uniforms that was kind of together as it was as he kind of left it years ago in probably 2013-ish when he was retiring. So we have that with some awards on it.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to enter into evidence Defendant's Exhibit Number 8, the certified public record of Darrin Lopez's military service.
Any objection?
No objection.
Defense aid submitted for all purposes. You may publish.
I'll put him right here for now. Well, I'll put him up here. If I may get his uniform, Your Honor, as a demonstrative aid.
Any objection from the state for this being displayed to the jury as a demonstrative aid?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Maybe we can put it in the chair. Can everybody see it in the chair? We'll hold it up. Now, this is his actual uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who had saved us? Did Darrin's have it in his possession? Where'd you get it from? Do you remember?
So I believe it was recovered by some friends out of his house.
Okay. Can you briefly describe for the jury what the medals are on that uniform, if you can?
Yeah, briefly. Basically, there are a number of awards you can get for different things. I guess some of the main ones would be the Bronze Star for service, and there's 2 awards. You see a little appurtenance there denoting another award. His Purple Heart that he got in the dual VBID, or Vehicle Improvised Explosive Device Explosion. Then you see a Meritorious Service Medal, and I say medals, these are just the ribbons that represent the medals, because we don't always wear the medals.
Let me just stop you there. So for example, this is the Purple Heart medal that he received when he was blown up in that explosion, correct?
Correct.
So the bar that's on the uniform actually comes with inserted here in the medal itself, right?
Correct. And there are certain uniforms you can wear your full medals on, but not this particular one.
So usually, or a lot of times, you don't wear the actual medal when you walk around. You just wear the bar showing that you did receive the Purple Heart.
Correct.
And if you can describe briefly, I'm sure we'll have another witness talk about it, but briefly, that Purple Heart was for his injuries, for what occasion?
So that was in 2005, in September. We were preparing for a mission that night. 2 of our vehicles we had to work on, and we wanted to take them out just right outside. We were stationed on an Army base. We had our own little section in back, but we had to take the vehicles out, make sure they were running good, before we went out on a mission that night. So Darrin, Nate, another medic of ours, Greg Underwood, and John Terrell were the 4 guys that just took the vehicles out of the front gate, went out for a little bit, maybe 600, 700 meters down the road, and they were going to turn around and come back. When they got out there, there were 2 dump trucks that were stopped on the side of the road. There were some Iraqi police there, a lot of people screaming, coming up to the trucks and the guys saying, "Hey, these trucks are stolen. You need to, can you help out? Can you do something?" So our guys were there and decided to help investigate this. So they started moving in. At that point, like I said, we were still back on the base. So things go on. We hear a very loud explosion. It rattled the base, rattled our tents. We go outside, look, you can see the smoke plume rising in the sky. We know it's the general direction that our guys were, the route they were driving, just a little out and back. So we start trying to raise them on the radio, and we can't get anyone. So we immediately start to put our gear on, get our other trucks, get in there, and we are going to go out and make sure our guys are okay. About the time, there were a lot of other things happening. It was very chaotic. About the time we started to go out, our 2 trucks, pretty beat up and broken, come in. Darrin is coherent, but I mean, I guess it's cliche, but you can say the training had kicked in. He gets out, he's like, "We need to get Greg out of here." Greg was conscious, but very badly injured. We'd already called for a medevac. We're pulling him out. Greg goes on a medevac. John Terrell goes on a medevac bird, gets out. We knew there were concussive injuries just from the way that Nate and Darrin were acting, but we were on that Army base and they had some medical personnel there, so we kind of held off sending them. We sent the most apparent and more wounded in Greg and John out.
And this here is the part of his records where it actually shows that he really did get a Purple Heart, right?
Yes.
You yourself were able to provide us with some pictures of the aftermath of that explosion. Was it you that provided those pictures?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. These are going to be a little bit of hours. I'm going to call them out. Defendant's exhibit number 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 26, and 27. Oh, I'm sorry, and 28. Are these the pictures that you provided us from that day that you're talking about, the explosion?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And is everything depicted accurately in these pictures?
Yes.
Any objection from the state to admission to meetings of the evidence?
No objection. Those exhibits are admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Now, this wasn't just some little explosion, was it?
No, sir.
These were two big trucks. And what were they filled with?
So the EOD report after the next day, you had two big dump trucks, each filled with 4 55-gallon drums of ammonium nitrate explosive covered in gravel.
What does this picture show here?
That is one of the vehicles that was close to the dump trucks when they exploded, and it has actually been blown across. You can see in the front there's the canal area here in the front, and then the car in the back. It was actually blown 40 meters or so, probably, across that canal to land on the other bank.
What do we see here in this picture?
It looks like one of the possible axles to either the dump truck or trailer. I mean, there were several vehicles out there, and it was just a mess in the blast area. And as I said before, there were some Iraqi police already kind of on site, and that is one of their police vehicles.
Were some of those police officers killed?
So our 4 guys were the only 4 people that left that blast site alive.
Do you estimate how many people died in the blast?
Again, with EOD, and that they figure there were probably about 19 people in the vicinity of the blast.
Same police car?
Yes, sir.
Same cars as different view?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, could you call out the
Oh,
exhibit
I'm sorry.
numbers?
The last one I showed was defendant's exhibit number 17, and this is defendant's exhibit number 18.
Thank you.
Defense exhibit number 21. What do we see there?
That looks like some of what was left of one of the dump trucks.
So this was a full dump truck
Yes.
before the blast.
Yes, before the blast.
So after that happened, you said that Darrin was able to get Greg out safely?
Yes, well, he actually had to resuscitate Greg. Greg was non-responsive after the blast when Darrin came to, so Darrin had to restart breathing, restart heart, get him in the truck, and then the four of them were able to get back. John had a lot of shrapnel wounds, but was still able to move, whereas Greg was not. So Darrin had to resuscitate him.
So you also pointed out earlier the gold star that he received. Do you know what that was for?
Which one? The Bronze Star?
I'm sorry, the Bronze Star.
The Bronze Star, right. The Bronze Star, and then with the second award, those were given for exemplary service during a couple of deployments. I think one was the first deployment, and then one was on the third deployment. So they're typically given for exemplary service for a particular period of time.
So on the records here, where there's a yellow tab, that's for the evidence from the military that he did in fact receive a Bronze Star medal, correct?
Correct.
And all the red tabs that are on there are for different types of awards that he received throughout his service.
Yes, okay, that's correct.
The beret that's attached to the uniform, is that something you all wear all the time in your service? Or?
Contrary to popular belief in movies, those are only worn when we are in garrison service. So when we're back here in the States, in our uniforms around, that is the green beret that's worn there. Typically, we don't wear them on deployment when we're out doing whatever it is we're doing. Those are typically reserved for garrison duties, but that is the headgear and that is the symbol for the 5th Special Forces Group on the flash, the black and multicolored.
Before testifying today, did you somehow do the math of the magnitude of that explosion?
Yes.
And what was it?
It came out to roughly 4,866 pounds of ammonium nitrate explosive.
And if you compare that to the Oklahoma City bombing, how did it compare?
Almost exactly the same amount.
Now, let me show. Let me show some other photos that you provided. Defense exhibit number 23, 25, 28, and 24. Did you also provide these pictures?
Yes. I think all but maybe that one.
Any objection to these pictures? I move to admit 23, 25, 28, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objections.
They're admitted, you may publish.
Defense exhibit number 23, is that Darrin in that picture?
That is.
And who are the individuals that are around him?
Those are some local national Iraqi children. And then remember exactly who the other individual is, but they're local nationals. And I think, if I remember correctly, that's probably around Yarmouk Hospital in Baghdad. So it's a local national hospital in Baghdad.
Okay. And Darrin was a medic at this time, right?
Correct.
And did he have a lot of interaction with children when you were in Iraq?
Not just children, but the hospitals in general. One of the things that we do as a team is to provide medical services if needed, or help local indigenous populations out with anything we can. And most of the time, a good way to do it is medical, because our medics are very highly trained. So he was very involved with Yarmouk Hospital, and then several other areas. Anytime we would see a local national, or if somebody needed treated and we were there, then he would provide assistance.
Defense exhibit number 28, that's him treating one of your comrades?
That is Darrin treating a Kurdish Peshmerga fighter that were assigned to us to help with security during our trip in OAF2. And I believe that one he had caught some shrapnel, and Darrin was doing a little minor surgery to get the shrapnel out and get him sewn up. So he was, I guess, what we would call a partner force, Kurdish Iraqi.
And again, this is him again, working as a medic. Okay. Now, this picture here, defendant's exhibit number 25. Is there anything important about this picture, or something you remember about it, about the little girl?
And so this is the third trip. I think on that one we were working, we did a mission where we were working with some civil affairs people, Army, military, civil affairs. And in that particular operation, we'd come across this gentleman and his daughter. And I do not remember exactly what medical condition his daughter had, but I remember him, her father, being very upset and trying to find some treatment and trying to find somebody that could treat them and help them. And Darrin kind of took it upon himself to help this man and his family and try and find something, get them in contact with someone, or find some way to get treatment for his daughter.
And he was able to do that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You had mentioned to me also that Darrin had received something, a good conduct medal or something to that effect?
Right, so
if you could tell the jury about that.
Right, so the Army Good Conduct Medal is awarded every 3 years of good service, I guess you could say. So no, you're not getting in any trouble, no violations against the Uniform Code of Military Justice, basically keeping your nose clean. Every 3 years you receive an Army Good Conduct Medal. And that's this one right here on the end. I know it's hard to see. And then you get little clasps that you put on there for each successive award. That particular silver clasp with the knot denotes Darrin's 6th award for the Army Good Conduct Medal.
That's 18 years.
18 years, yeah.
I passed the witness.
Just a few questions. Mr. Heil, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Darrin Lopez was discharged in 2013?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay. The beginning, do you remember when?
I don't exactly remember when. We were, I think my team was in Afghanistan at the time, so.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, there's thousands of service people who have gone through explosions before.
You're correct.
And thousands of service people who have also been discharged disabled as well, correct?
You're correct.
Nothing further?
I'm not.
And he'd be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Very good, sir. You may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Mr. Sanchez, before we call your next witness, or perhaps while they're coming up, you want to make sure that some of the exhibits are taken care of?
I believe I've handed back the pictures to the court. We call it Greg Underwood this thing.
Good afternoon. If you would please come to the front of the courtroom. Before you have a seat, you turn and face me and raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. We respond to the questions from Mr. Sanchez first, and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Greg Underwood, Gregunderwood.
And where are you from, Greg?
I'm currently from just outside of Fort Campbell in Palmyra, Tennessee. I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. And you came here to testify for Darrin because you wanted the jury to know good things about him, correct?
Yes, yes I do.
You understand that after everybody's testifying that they're gonna go back in the deliberation room, decide what the just and proper sentence should be on this case. You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
But you wanted to talk to the jury and talk to them about some experiences you've had with them, right?
Yes,
Now, you served with Darrin in Special Forces, right?
correct.
Okay. How long did you all serve together?
I met Darrin Lopez December of 2002, just before Christmas. He had just been assigned to ODA 575, and we were getting prepared to go to Iraq. We didn't know if we were going to invade. We didn't know what was going on, but he had been assigned as a medic to the team. I was the senior communications sergeant on the team at the time, and we were just coming back from schools and a lot of getting prepared right after Afghanistan. We'd been in Afghanistan up until April of that year, came back and got prepared, and we were refitting and outfitting to get ready to go in January to Iraq, or we were going to pre-position in Kuwait.
And you were in the car with him, or truck, when that explosion that we just saw the pictures of happened, correct?
We had two different vehicles. He was in the forward vehicle, and I was in the second vehicle. The vehicles had a driver and a gunner on them at the time. There's usually 3 or more people in the truck. We had damage to one of the vehicles and repaired it, and we needed to get it fixed. We needed to see if we could get the vehicles up to speed just on the road a little bit, so we took them outside the front gate of the forward operating base we were on, and Darrin was in one of the lead vehicles.
Okay. And so you were behind him?
I was in the secondary vehicle, yes.
And is that when you were approaching those dump trucks?
On the way out of the gate, we were told by the front gate guards that, hey, just down the road, the local police have something going on. They've got a couple trucks that something's going on. I couldn't hear it very well because I was up in the turret of the second vehicle. Darrin, being a senior NCO, and the other gentleman, John Terrell, they made the decision.
What does NCO mean? I know we use
Non-commissioned officer, sergeant. He was a senior sergeant. He made the decision that, they made the decision that we were going to go down there and take a look at it. And we drove down the road. We saw numerous police cars, and we saw 2 large dump trucks. I say 5-ton dump trucks because that's just easier to say 5-ton. I don't know exactly the size of the dump trucks, but they were the size of the dump trucks you see going down the road here for construction daily. The 2 rear axles and the big dirt bucket on the back, I guess, the gravel bucket, whatever you want to call it.
And so what happened?
We were there for just a couple of moments. We had noticed that the drivers of the vehicles that the police were talking to were in their, what we would call Sunday best, but over there they're Friday best. And that automatically gave us the something's not right. I don't recall which one of us yelled, hey, we need to get out of here. But one of us yelled, hey, it's time to get out of here. Something's not right. Darrin and John were at the front vehicle, and about that time, there was a dump truck that was within just a couple of meters of them exploded. I was probably 50 to maybe 70 feet back, maybe a little bit less, but somewhere in there. But I could see the plume of everything going up. I immediately ducked down. I felt debris and everything coming down on me. The next thing, I stood up, I spun my gun around because it was time to pull out. My driver, Nate Coker, was in the truck or getting to the truck, and that's the last thing I can remember. And that's the last thing I truly have focus on for almost a month. But what I've heard from those 3 gentlemen that were there and everybody else that was there afterwards on the forward operating base, my team and other people, I was killed in that explosion. I was struck by metal and debris, split the helmet off my head. Darrin and Nate got a hold of me. I was not breathing. I had no heartbeat. Darrin proceeded to put a tube down my throat, as he's trained, start pumping my chest till my heart started beating. And apparently he was having some trouble with that. I wasn't coming straight to. Sometime in there were artillery rounds that came in from our local FOB. They had heard the shock of the explosion, and they thought that it was a launch towards them. They heard the shock, it knocked things down. They thought somebody had rocketed them, and that was where the rocket went off. They had, I think it's,
Let me slow you
sure,
down there.
sure.
So, there's an explosion.
Yes.
You're dead.
I'm got for somewhere between 3 and 6 minutes that nobody had a clock, nobody was taking time, somewhere in that time frame, 3 to 6 minutes.
And while he's trying to save your life, more bombs are coming in, but it's because the military thought they...
Friendly fire thought that they were taking out a blast site that was attacking them at the time.
And then so what happened after that?
Darrin and Nate got me back into the truck. Darrin stayed with me while Nate was driving and kept making sure that I was okay. I'd come to it right there as these things start coming in, maybe the shock of the noise or whatever, but Darrin actually got my heart started. I was conscious, but I wasn't fully adherent to anything. So they took me back to the FOB and medevaced me out to Baghdad and then on to Landstuhl, Germany.
So you owe
I owe that man my life. I owe that man my life 10 times over. And there's been times that we have stood together with near-death experiences on more than just that occasion. Neither one of us were wounded in those occasions because of the grace of God, but that man has stood next to me while artillery went off right above our head, guns were fired with bullets passing by our head on God knows how many occasions. I've seen him save foreign troops that were just laying on the side that were being overlooked by other U.S. personnel, the other regular military units. They were taking care of U.S. soldiers first. Darrin ran a chest tube in a man that I saw later on in the day during the first deployment in Baghdad on our first couple of days there, that had he not put that chest tube in him, he would not have lived. He would have been dead. This was the enemy. These were men that were adamantly trying to kill all of us, blowing up tanks, had just been in huge ambushes that American soldiers had died. These guys were sitting there with holes and bullet wounds from Americans in their chest. Darrin took the time to go over and said, hey, let's just go see what's going on. He wasn't told to go over there. He wasn't made to go over there. Nobody said, hey, Darrin, we need you over here to work on these guys. Darrin just wanted to go see, hey, let's go see what happened. We walked over. He saw the enemy sitting there, and nobody was taking care of them. It's our job to take care of them, too. But Darrin made sure that I know of at least one of them that lived that wouldn't have. We saw him later at the prison camp, and maybe a day or two later. He was up walking around, and he thanked us for his life. Thanked Darrin specifically for his life.
You had talked about an incident also where a lady in a house or somebody was trying to shoot you all.
There was an older lady who was protecting her son. Her son was a bomb setter. He was setting bombs. We went into the house. We were trying to get through some double doors inside the house. The lady at some point picked up her son's AK and was firing through the door. Missed our heads by inches. I mean, literally, if any of us had just turned our heads, some of us wouldn't be here. The lady, her son got the AK and proceeded to start shooting towards the door on his way out, blew her elbow off, literally shot her elbow off. We didn't see this happen, but when we went through the door, she was laying there and her arm is just barely hanging on, while the rest of us went and hunted down the son who was now trying to shoot at us. Darrin stopped and made sure that that woman lived, because she was bleeding out right there, not just a little bit. She was gonna expire. The blood was on its way out. She is alive today and still has her arm, whether she can use it or not, because that man took the time to sit down and bandage her up, sit her down, take her vitals, and maintain her until somebody could get there, like an ambulance or something, to take her to a hospital. And while the rest of us were doing our jobs of, hunting down these guys, that's what Darrin's priority was. His priority was to make sure that he took care of the people who were injured.
As a result of the blast where he brought you back to life, did that lead to you having to leave the military?
I ended up being medically boarded. I retired in 2010. It took a few years for my recovery and for everything. I also have PTSD with a brain injury. I had broken bones. Yes, I ended up having to leave.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Underwood, just a few questions?
Yes.
So, yeah, as you just described, you were seriously injured in that explosion that day,
Yes,
where they showed the photos, correct?
correct.
All right. And Mr. Lopez, he was trained as a medic, and it sounds like he did his job in the military.
Did a very
That was
good.
his job, correct?
He also helped. I mean, there were times that if
It's just a yes or no question,
yes,
Mr.
yes, he
Underwood.
did. Sure.
He did his job, okay. And how long were you in there total in the military?
I was in the Army for 24 years.
In the Army for 24 years, okay. And you also suffer from PTSD and TBI, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you guys have remained friends since both of you have left the military?
Say again?
You and he have remained friends since both of you have
Absolutely.
left the military?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Appreciate it. No further questions.
So she asked you, he was just doing his job, but he also went above and beyond that, didn't he?
He would take care of the family members. We'd have little flus, little aches and pains. Sometimes a dog might be not feeling good. He was our, hey, Darrin, what's going on here? What do you think? What's your opinion? Kind of like an advice nurse before we would go to the doctor or the emergency room and to find out, what's wrong with my dog? Do you think it's something? No, just give him some charcoal, or it's just a stomach, or I don't think it's the flu. I think she's got a cold for one of my daughters. And that really helped out a lot because we knew that we didn't always have to be worried about something. We had somebody to call that wasn't just somebody I worked with. This was my close friend. This was my brother that I could call, and he was like a member of our family. And it was like having a son-in-law or a brother that's a doctor or a nurse.
I forgot to ask you, did you said you stayed in contact with him up until he was arrested?
Up until he was arrested, just before he was arrested, in that December of 2001, I think it was, or yeah, 2001. We had breakfast, and we tried to go to breakfast. He had been very distant for a while, but 2001 he was trying to get back with us.
So there was a time where, after he came back from deployment, that
2019
maybe.
2019. I'm sorry, 2001. That whole time with COVID and everything, just
Right, 2019 to 2020,
Right.
around that time.
right. 2020. Yeah.
You all would try to meet earlier, earlier in time. We'd try to get together often, but closer to 2020, he started to withdraw a bit from the group.
He was very withdrawn, especially right after he got out. There were a lot of little things that happened. I can't recall all of them because there were so many little things that just happened. And we had a lot of things, like our buddy Don had committed suicide, and those things that really made it so that a lot of us withdrew, but he was a little bit more withdrawn. Where I talked to my buddy Donovan and Phil, Darrin was more secluded. He put himself more into the stay out of our lives kind of thing, where we tried to call him all the time, but he just really stayed withdrawn.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused.
No objection.
Very good. Sir, you may stand down. Mr. Sanchez?
You call Donovan Garland to the stand.
If you could, please, before you have a seat on the witness stand, turn and face me and raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. Respond to questions first from Mr. Sanchez and next Mr. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Donovan Garland, Donovon, Garland.
And where are you from, Donovan?
Originally from Upper East Tennessee. Right now I live in Clarksville, Tennessee, about an hour north of Nashville.
Is that close to Cumberland Furnace?
It's a different county. It's about a 45-minute drive, yes.
And obviously you know Darrin Lopez.
I do.
And there's some things you want the jury to know about him, isn't that true?
That's true.
And did you serve with him in Special Forces also?
I did.
And in what capacity?
And we were teammates from the spring of 2003 until he left the team sometime in middle of 06, I believe, 2006. And then at a future time, 2008 to 2009 time frame, Darrin was a multi-purpose canine handler, and he was attached to my Special Forces detachment, and we worked for an 8-month period together on that deployment.
And we've heard some testimony about the explosion.
Yes.
Were you there for that?
I was on the base. I was with the team. I asked to go on that patrol, but I was not with them, no.
Were you with him at other occasions where there was combat?
Yes, many.
Where was that?
So each of our deployments to Iraq was about a 7.5 to 8 month time period. Generally, we went to a different place in country each deployment. Our first one was Baghdad. I was a new guy, so I was the junior communication sergeant attached to that team. Darrin was, at the time, the junior medic. And so in that capacity, we did patrols, we detained bad guys. That sometimes there was some enemy combatants that got killed. But specifically on our second trip in Iraq to Samarra, kind of the center of the country, we'd been in there about 6 weeks on the ground. Our team house was a 2-building compound, and we received. We became attacked on 18th of June, about 7:30 in the evening. The compound was isolated by vehicles that blocked off the road. We started receiving small arms fire, indirect fire, and RPG fire. We had Peshmerga in one building, our guys in another building. At that time, our detachment was 8 of 12 guys. And then we had 2 squads of U.S. infantry and about 16 Peshmerga, and we're the only U.S. presence in a town of about 400,000 people in about a 9-kilometer square. And anyway, so this was a sustained fight that entire night, and on 2 sides of our compound was a local cemetery, which gave us some standoff. The enemy started using RPGs,
What does that mean?
a rocket-propelled grenade, and they were using them as an indirect fire, kind of lobbing them up because our positions were on the rooftops. And they got lucky, and I had an RPG round, air burst. I was in a sandbag bunker with a Peshmerga crew and a machine gun, and the shrapnel from that RPG round hit me in the back of the head. It knocked me down, took a chunk out of my ear, and I was bleeding. I tried self-aid. I wasn't unconscious, but the team leader launched Darrin as the medic. I met them down in a stairwell. We went to our little aid station. He treated me, and he put 7 stitches in my head and a heavy dose of morphine. That fight continued for another 36 hours. It was done by the second night. Our team was accredited with killing over 200 enemy combatants in that cemetery. At the end of...
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
So you all were in a position where you couldn't leave.
Correct.
The enemy, were they attacking you from both sides?
3 sides.
3 sides.
Yes.
So you had to fight the enemy off from 3 different sides.
Correct.
Hoping that some help would come.
Yeah, we asked. They didn't come.
So you were sitting there, almost, I don't want to use the term dead duck, but you were...
We were isolated.
You were isolated, being attacked from all 3 sides.
Northeast and south. The river was to our west.
How many days did it take for you to fight off the enemy or get ready?
This was a 2-day defensive battle. 2 days, 18, 19 June.
And when we say it's 2 days, I mean it's 24 hours, right?
They started in the evening and they went till about an hour or two after first light when the sun started getting warm. And then they would shut it down for the day, kind of refit, and then they started again the second evening.
And eventually the rescue come?
Yes, after that second day, they kind of broke. They made a tactical mistake. Basically, the conventional force commander had Air Force aircraft ahead. The enemy combatants turned RPGs and shot them at the aircraft straight up. The aircraft electronics registered the RPG as surface-to-air missiles, okay, which allowed the pilots of the airplanes, it changed the rules of engagement for them, and so they could do gun runs on the enemy in town. Because the enemy was fighting from the city, the populated environment, we were limited, the commanders were limited fairly, on what their escalation of force and response could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
But during that time, he helped you with the shrapnel?
Yeah,
The
he
back
sewed
of
me
it?
back up, yes.
Now, you know, the state saying, well, he's just doing his job. Is that what it meant to you, just him doing his job?
No, it's far beyond that, far beyond that.
I'm gonna show you a, something that you sent me regarding Darrin. Is this what, did you send me this magazine that you sent me?
Yeah, Special Operations Medical Journal, yes.
Okay, and he was featured on the cover of that, right?
Yes,
He's just doing his job, right?
doing his job, yeah.
Right. At this point, I would ask to admit defendant exhibit number 30.
No objections.
It's admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
So they featured him in this magazine on the cover.
Correct.
For going above and beyond his job.
Correct.
Now, we've heard already testimony about some of the trauma that Darrin had gone through post-service, correct?
Yes.
You had talked about a situation where, was it a friend of yours or somebody that was a house invasion?
Yes,
Were you present for that?
I was not present for that, no.
Was Darrin present for that?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And just briefly remind the jury what that was about.
Darrin,
Object, Your Honor, he wasn't present for it.
Objection sustained.
Well, the jury's already heard about it. Well, did you talk to him about it afterwards?
Him being who? Mr.
Did Donovan talk to Darrin about it?
no, I did not.
Did he ever share his feelings about it?
No, he did not.
We did talk about also the trauma that he went through when your friend and service member, Donald Stutzman?
Stutzman, yes.
Stutzman. Now earlier, in closing arguments, I think the name Donovan Garland
Yes.
was named as the person who committed suicide.
Right.
That's you, that's Donovan,
Yes.
so you're here. But this is a copy of the
Memorial flyer.
memorial flyer, and you brought that because you wanted the jury to see that, right?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask to admit defendant exhibit number 29.
No objection.
Defense 29 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Who is the person in this picture in defense exhibit number 29?
That's Donald Stutzman, our former teammate. We served together, me being Darrin, myself, Greg, Phil, and Donald Stutzman, served on ODA 575 for those first 3 deployments to Iraq.
How did did he die by suicide?
He did.
And how did that affect Darrin, do you know?
Greatly. Darrin at the time was in group as one of the canine handlers, and Darrin's daughters and Donald Stutzman's daughters were close, and so Darrin and his wife Rebecca, in an unofficial capacity, served as the unit's casualty assistance officers helping the family go through that hard time.
I pass the witness.
Ms. Mitchell,
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
may he be finally excused.
Yes.
Very good, sir. You may stand down. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Summer Nelson.
Afternoon, ma'am. If you would please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat, would you please face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. We'll just find any questions first from Mr. Sanchez, perhaps also Ms. Mitchell in front of you. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Summer Nelson.
And where are you from? Where did you come from?
I came from South Carolina. I'm originally from Arizona, but my family lives in Tennessee, and that's home.
If you mind pulling the microphone a little closer to you, you have a soft voice.
Sorry.
But you live right now in South Carolina.
I do.
And you flew in to be here today to be able to tell the jury about your father, right?
I did.
So is Darrin your biological father?
He is not my biological father.
Do you consider him your father anyways?
He is the only father I've ever had.
When did Darrin come into your life?
When I was 7.
Do you remember him coming into your life?
I do. I remember my mom bringing home this guy who I thought was the biggest nerd I'd ever seen in my life.
And how did that go, him being in your life?
You know, at first I was a little, I don't know who this person is, but eventually he became my father.
Was he involved in your life?
Absolutely.
He was gone a lot, right?
He was.
But when he would come home, would he get involved?
My dad was very involved in my life when he was home. He'd help me with school. He would, when I was a cheerleader, he would come out and he would be the biggest cheerleader for me and my team. He had special shirts made for him, my younger sisters. I mean, he was very supportive of me wanting to do sports and be a cheerleader.
Did he nourish your love for school?
He did.
In what way?
Anytime that I would have to, write essays or anything for school, he would, be there, and if I had any problems, he would, make sure that I felt good and that he felt good about my schoolwork. And I was very prideful with my school. I took it very seriously. He gave me books to read. He really nourished my love for reading. I'm still an avid reader. It's a way that I escape. Books that he gave me were very important to me. He just, a lot of my personality and a lot of the things that I have taken, he's really nurtured and been a part of.
Now, there came a time when he came back, when he finally came back on disability, did you have interactions with him at that point?
I did.
You had mentioned that there was a time when you started to see a bit of a spiraling in him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he had to do something with a dog. Is that true?
I would say that, yeah, that's true.
Explain to the jury what that was.
My father spent the second half of his deployments as a dog handler. He would be attached to different teams, and he was given a dog that was trained and given to him to go in and do all the things, basically. I called her my little war dog when she was sent home with him.
What was the name of the dog?
Her name was Ezra.
Ezra. So this dog was with him in Iraq?
She was with him in Iraq for the last 3 deployments, and when he was home, she was with him.
So when he retired, the dog was also retired?
It took a little longer for them to officially release her from the military, but yes, she was retired as well.
As a matter of fact, Ezra had a higher rank than Darrin, right?
She did. She has her own award plaques.
She has a Purple Heart too, right?
She does.
Or she had a Purple Heart.
She did.
Does anybody still have those awards for Ezra?
I'm not sure.
How did you see the effect of Ezra affecting Darrin?
My father was devastated when he lost his dog. She was his only really constant for those last 3 years that he was, or 3 deployments. You know, she was with him with every event. They were a team.
As a matter of fact, even when you mentioned the story when you went to Disneyland.
Right. Not me. I did not go to Disneyland with them because I was a grown-up and out of the house and could not get myself there. But they would go, my family would go to Disneyland, or Disney World, sorry, pretty much every year. And he took that dog with him in her little tactical vest and her Mickey Mouse ears.
So that's when you first saw the beginning of his downward spiral. When did it get worse? Was it when your mom left?
At the time I was traveling out of state, I was hearing a lot of things from back home. When I would come home, my dad really preferred that I stayed with my aunt. It was almost, I would come to the property to pick him up for us to go to lunch or something, and he would be at the top of the property, and this is acres up, waiting for me because I don't know if he didn't want me to go down into the house or whatnot, but he just was, I wasn't even able to come into the house anymore.
And were you concerned for him?
I was very concerned for my father.
And then that was after your mom left?
That was after my mom left.
Did you try to stay in contact with him?
I did.
Was that hard or easy?
It was very hard. I would text him. Sometimes I would get responses. I would call. I wouldn't always get an answer. There would be times where I would get a hold of him and I'd be like, you need to work on this. Like, I need to know that you're okay and everything's, that you're doing okay. And he would be okay for a couple of weeks and then it would just fall right back off.
Now, when he was in jail, were you his last contact? Are you the only person he called that you know of?
I'm not the only person that he called. I am the only person that he has remained constantly in contact, not constantly, consistently in contact with.
And did you all talk about the fact, or did you all talk about him did you talk to him when he realized that that the person that died, Jamie Faith, that was killed, was not the person that Jennifer portrayed to him?
I am actually the person who made him aware that he would be receiving this information. And I gave him the information I was given.
And how did that go?
He was devastated.
Did you make a comment about about Jamie's daughter?
He did. Sorry. He basically said that he took him, the equivalent of him from me, away from Amber.
No questions.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection.
Ma'am, you may stand down. You're excused. Mr. Sanchez,
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time you would rest.
any rebuttal?
No rebuttal.
Very good. Members of the jury, it's customary in our law and our procedure to take a break at this point. So, if you would please go back to the jury room and await further instructions. I would say at 2:15, be back in there, everybody at once. That's in about 15 minutes, maybe closer to 17. We'll see you then. All rise for the jurors. Please don't discuss the case and please don't do any independent research. Ms. Simmons?
All rise.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Both sides have rested and closed, members of the jury. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this trial, the law is very much a procedure. Same procedure is going to apply in this phase that did in the previous phase. There is law that is applicable to the punishment phase that I'm going to read to you and also give to you in the form of another jury charge. And just like in the guilty or not guilty phase, it has all of the law necessary to enable you to reach a verdict on punishment, and there is a verdict form as the last page. It's 3 pages plus the verdict form, so it's not quite as long. The law does require that I read it to you, and I will do so now. State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez, cause number F2175024 in the 292nd Judicial District Court right here in Dallas County, Texas. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Darrin Lopez, has been found guilty by you of the offense of murder. This court has received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant. You shall now limit your deliberations under the law and the evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which it is now your duty to assess. Punishment authorized for the offense of murder is imprisonment in the institutional division the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life or for a term of not more than 99 years nor less than 5 years. In addition thereto, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. You are instructed that in assessing the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all facts and evidence admitted before you in the full trial of this case and the law as submitted to you in this charge and the charge heretofore given to you by the court. You are instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this charge regarding the defendant having committed offenses or bad acts other than the offense of which you have found the defendant guilty, you may not consider such evidence unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such offenses or bad acts, if any. The burden is upon the prosecution to prove such extraneous offenses or bad acts beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecution's proof must exclude all reasonable doubt concerning the extraneous offense or bad act, page 2. Therefore, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may consider such evidence in assessing the defendant's punishment. If you do not so find, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may not consider such evidence, if any, in assessing punishment. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so, but if he does not do so, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase of this trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. The length of time for which a defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. You are instructed that in determining the punishment in this case, you are not to discuss among yourselves how long the defendant will be required to serve any sentence you decide to impose. Such matters come within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Board of Pardons and Paroles and are no concern of yours. You are further instructed that your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberation and not by drawing lots or any other method of chance, nor shall you add any combination of figures and divide the answer thereto. Page 3. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. When you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror shall fill in and sign the verdict form that conforms to your verdict, and then announce to the officer who has you in charge that you have reached a verdict, signed by me, again, Honorable Brandon Birmingham, the presiding judge, the 292nd Judicial District Court, right here in Dallas County, Texas. Verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, having previously found the defendant Darrin Lopez guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, unanimously assess the punishment of the defendant at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of blank, either 5 to 99 years or life, and a fine of blank dollars, 0 to 10,000. And there's a spot for the presiding juror to sign and print his or her name, I guess her name. Now, once that conforms to your unanimous verdict, it is my understanding that the state is going to waive their right to open this, which leads me to the Honorable Juan Sanchez on behalf of Darrin Lopez. Sir, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your work on this case up until this point. We're not going to quarrel with your verdict, because that's not your job now, or our job is to quarrel with your verdict. It's our job to point out to you things that you should consider when deciding what the proper sentence should be in this case. And for Darrin Lopez again, and especially now, this decision really needs to be based on your own individual moral assessment, not only of the case and of what you found him guilty of, but of also Darrin Lopez and when you look at his whole life. Okay. This is a huge range that the Texas legislature has given juries to deal with. It's 5 up to 99 to life, or anywhere in between is what you can sentence Mr. Lopez to. And when you're doing that, you have to look at everything that you heard of in the first part of the trial, all the evidence you heard, all the witnesses that testified in front of you. But now you can look back all the way to the life that Mr. Darrin Lopez had, and decide whether it's redeemable, whether he did anything good in his life that you would consider in deciding what the proper sentence should be. You can look at all that, because before you were just, like the state had said in jury selection, you only looked at a snapshot, just what happened on October 9th of 2021. That's all you're going to be looking at when you're in the first part of the trial. But now you get to look at everything. You get to look, everything is open for you to look at and consider. And when you do that, you have to do it with serious consideration. You all said that during jury selection that you would consider mitigating evidence, which is what we get to do at this point in the trial. If the state had anything bad they wanted to present against Mr. Lopez, anything other than what you found him guilty to, they had a right to do it. So don't get back there and think for some reason, hey, does he have a record we don't know about? Did he do something else that they haven't brought us? Because there isn't any, okay? Because if there was, these fine prosecutors would have brought it to you. I'm sure they would have. So don't get back there and say to yourself, you know what, is there something we don't know? You've heard it all, okay? And so when you're doing that, you have to look at evidence relevant to a person's character, record, or circumstance of the offense, which you can still take into consideration, which might serve as a basis for a lesser sentence than you usually would give. And when we talk about mitigation, it's not an excuse. It's whatever you decide it's to be. It's an explanation as to how Mr. Lopez got here. No one's saying these are excuses for his actions. You're saying this is the world he was living in. This is a context in which it happened, and this is the condition he was in, based on his whole life that now you consider and that you've heard about. And what do you have in front of you? You have the fact that Mr. Lopez grew up in a military family, and that he served in the military faithfully and honorably. Not only did he serve and did his job, he went above and beyond that. And that's why we thought it was important for you to see the military awards that he had received. A Purple Heart, which represents him giving a part of his body for the country and all of us who sit here today. That's what the Purple Heart is. The Bronze Star, which is not an easy thing to get. And all those red tabs in those records indicate an award that he received for going above and beyond, not just doing his job. They don't give awards for doing your job. They give awards and commendations and medals for people who do more than what it's asked of them, that sacrifice themselves more than other people. And that's what he did. His friends from the Special Forces took a week out of their time to be here, to stand with him. They traveled from far away, as did his daughter. That itself should tell you and be worth something to you as a jury when considering it. When people are willing to take time out of their lives to come tell you something good about their friend, their comrade, or their father, that means that that person has some redeemable value still left in them. And I think you saw that when you were sitting here listening to the evidence. Another thing you can consider are the circumstances of the offense. We don't know what at this point, we don't really know what you believed, other than you decided that the state had proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and that you rejected the defense of another. You may have gone back there and said to yourself, you know what, we do believe that he was manipulated. We do believe that he was misled by Jennifer, but we just don't believe that the danger was immediate enough for him to do that. If you believe that, and you believe that he had noble intent, even though he broke the law in doing it, you can consider that in deciding what the proper assessment of the punishment should be. And no one can tell you otherwise, okay? You can look at the fact and take into consideration his good conduct in the military and his good conduct even before he was in the military. Again, I remind you, even if he was a juvenile, if he would have shoplifted a stick of gum, the state could have brought that to you. So because they didn't, you know for a fact he had never done anything wrong in his life up until this tragic day. And he's going to be punished for it. He knows he's going to prison. But what we're asking you to do is consider the proper sentence based on what you heard here today. He was a good father to Summer. Summer came here and told you about it. Even though she wasn't his biological daughter, he treated her as his actual daughter. He was involved in his daughter's lives. He was the cheer dad. He was all those things until he went to the military and he was damaged. You can take into consideration the fact that he was injured in service to the country. There's nobody that can tell you otherwise. And we're asking you to take that consideration because I think, and I think the evidence showed you, that that was a factor in this case. So the same way it was an aggravating factor as far as him leading to the death of Jamie Faith, is also a factor in explaining, in mitigation, why we're here. You can take into consideration the fact that he did save lives. Mr. Underwood, who testified here today, is here today and sitting in this courtroom because of him. And that's something important. I mean, how many of us in our lives can actually say we've done something like that? That has to help in some way in your consideration of what the proper sentence should be. Take into consideration that he not only took care of his comrades, he took care of people who were trying to kill him. I don't know if I would ever be able to do something like that, but he did. Again, going above and beyond what was expected of him. And one of the other things you can consider too, and I think it's important in this case, is that he did cooperate with law enforcement. He did cooperate with them. You heard Detective Barnes tell you that he cooperated in the prosecution of Jennifer Faith. And that should count for something, and I think it will once you go back there and consider it. So, is I'm going to remind you of a few things and talk to you about some things that when you're back there, the law never requires a certain verdict. You get to decide. I know the state may come up ask for a certain number or the maximum, but it's up to you, not them, not us. And the law never requires a certain sentence. You get to decide based on the evidence you've heard and based on the mitigation that you've heard what the proper sentence should be. And no one can tell you that you can't do that. There's no automatic sentences. It must be the result of meaningful deliberation. That means you all need to go back there and really talk about it, because this is probably the most important decision you've made in your life now. How long you sentence a man to prison? And you really have to talk about everything you've heard, not only in the first part of the trial, but in the second part of the trial, and discuss it. And then make a decision based on your individual moral assessment of what you've heard. And if you get to a point where you say, this is what I think the proper sentence should be, and somebody else disagrees with you and says, well, I think it needs to be this. You're crazy. This is what it should be. You get to stand your ground. No one can make you change your vote. You can allow yourself to be talked into a different view. You can deliberate. That's what deliberation means, is that you talk to each other. But sometimes you can get to the point where, you know what, this is what I believe, and I'm going to stick to it. And you all told me during jury selection that that's something that you can do, and that's what we're asking you to do. And you base it, again, on your own individual personal view of the case. You're not to assess a sentence based on chance or averaging. It's in the jury selection. And what that means basically is you can't say, I want this number, I want this number. Let's just meet in the middle. You can meet in the middle, but only if you really believe that that's what the proper sentence should be. Does that make sense? That's why that's in the jury charge, because we just can't be flipping coins back there. Thank you, Your Honor. And all 12 jurors must agree on the actual number of years. You all have to vote as a group, but also as an individual, and it has to be unanimous. And so I'm not going to sit here, and I don't think the state's going to tell you what you have to do, because I'm leaving it up to you. We're leaving it up to you. That's your job, not ours. We presented all the evidence that we could at this point, and presented all the witnesses that we could, introduced all the evidence we could. So it's going to be your job to decide what's proper in this case, and we ask you to take into consideration Mr. Lopez's service, his years of good conduct, his years of being a good family man, being a good father, and we ask you to take that into consideration and make that decision that you can live with when you leave this courthouse. I know you all are reasonable people, and you're going to take this decision serious, and we're looking forward to hear what your sentence should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Court recognizes the Honorable Brandon Mitchell on behalf of the state. Ma'am, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. May it please the court, counsel. Well, first of all, let's make it clear. I mean, any cooperation came after he got caught, months after, when he was caught. It is terrifying that he planned and pulled off this murder without any basis in reason or an investigation. That he was that quick to plan a murder, drive 10 hours, and go and shoot this man. It is terrifying that he did this to this man he has never met in person. It is terrifying that he laid in wait, anticipating, and pulled it off in a public street at 7:30 a.m. when people are taking their kids to school and going off to work. But he didn't care about that. He cared about Jennifer Faith. It is astonishing the speed that he pulled off that execution, and astonishing how he drove back home, back to his life, back to Jen, back to the relationship, back to everyday grocery store shopping, back to doing what all of us do, back to ordering sex toys for him and Jennifer, back to all of that. No remorse. No remorse. In fact, they don't talk about it. It's just done. Now it's us. It is astonishing how he was on the group text with Jen and Rob and Jeremy and all of her friends and family. And he's inserted in and starts acting like he's one of the group. He's now with Jennifer, and they're going to be together. Ladies and gentlemen, with your verdict, you will not be saying anything about how you don't support the troops, or you don't think they do a fantastic job, because they all do. You are saying nothing about that. You're saying nothing about the fact that when he was in the military, he evidently did his job well. There are a lot of people who go through, unfortunately, service members who go through explosions, and a lot of servicemen and women who are discharged with disability, who don't go and execute a man. I want you to take that into consideration when you're assessing a sentence. I certainly won't agree with Mr. Sanchez and won't give you a sentence, but I certainly believe the minimum is nowhere near what is appropriate for this. For taking his life, his 49-year-old life. And this man didn't have a chance to fight for it. He couldn't even treat him like a man. He was just here and then he was gone, leaving his friends and family, his family devastated, his co-workers missing him. I want you to think about Jamie Faith. And I know you'll do the right thing, and I really appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Members of the jury, you'll retire to consider your verdict. The same rules apply about asking for evidence. We'll send those exhibits that were admitted in both phases of this trial back to you for your consideration unless they were admitted for record purposes. And the alternates will be in the same place they were before. Court's in recess pending the verdict. All rise for the jury. So you have all the evidence.
None of that's in evidence.
Just testimony, there was testimony a little bit from Fabian, a little bit.
I tried to see that for the record. I tried to see.
Jury. Both sides present. Mr. Lopez is present. Court received the following note that I'm going to admit now as Court's Exhibit Number 2. The note says, between discharge in 2013 and the offense, can you provide records including 1, medical, behavioral, and neural assessment dates, results, and conclusions, 2, treatments for known mental and behavioral conditions including medication, therapy, neural feedback, counseling, etc., and 3, general trends of adhering to recommended treatments and medications, signed by the foreperson of the jury. After discussing the case with both sides off the record, the court intends to send the following note back. The court is in receipt of the attached note. In response thereto, you are instructed that you have received all the evidence admitted in both phases of this trial. You are instructed to continue your deliberations. Is there any objections from the state?
No objection.
And from the defense?
No objection.
Okay, very well. Very good. Court's Exhibit Number 2 will be received and sent back to the jury. Court's in recess. Number F, golly, 21-5024, State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez. Record should reflect that it is 6:30. The jurors have been deliberating with a few breaks since 2:30, so call it 6:15. Call it 3 hours and just call it 3 hours or so. The court received a note. The first page of the note says, "We are not at decision on the years," and it's signed by the foreperson. That's not really a question. The second one says, "What happens if at the end of deliberation, parentheses, however long it takes, close parentheses, our group cannot reach a unanimous sentencing decision? What would be the next step?" I've discussed the note with the lawyers. I intend on sending back the response that reads as follows. Members of the jury, this would be Court's Exhibit number 3. Members of the jury, the court is in receipt of the attached note. In response thereto, you are instructed to continue your deliberations. Please keep the court apprised of your schedule. Are there any objections from the state? And from the defense?
No.
Okay. Then, we're going to go off the record, and the sheriff, if you wouldn't mind, taking this back to the jurors. The court's in recess. Thank you, Sheriff. You all may be seated. Members of the jury, it is my understanding that you all have reached a unanimous verdict and that verdict was signed by the foreperson and delivered to the court. Is that true?
Yes.
Very good. If you all would please stand for the reading of the verdict. Verdict form reads as follows. Cause number F2175024, State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez. We, the jury, having previously found the defendant, Darrin Lopez, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, unanimously assess the punishment of the defendant at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 62 years and a fine of $10,000. Members of the jury, if that is your individual verdict, would you please signify so by raising your right hand? Please let the record reflect that all 12 members of the jury did in fact raise their right hands. You all may be seated. Members of the jury, the next thing that's going to happen after I talk to you is I'm going to formally sentence the defendant, and then I'm going to dismiss you from any further service. At certain times throughout the trial, I've told you that you're not allowed to talk about this case with anybody else. You're not allowed to do any independent research, and obviously now that your service as jurors in this case has concluded, well, those instructions no longer apply. I want to start by echoing some of the things that I told you at the very beginning, which is I know that you could have thought about something to say to get off jury service, but you didn't. You knew what kind of a case that you were getting into, although I suspect you probably never imagined, as all jurors don't, what they would hear and how this might impact them. I want to tell you thank you from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the lawyers in this case for your service. Your service has concluded. The bailiffs will lead you back to the jury room to collect your things. All rise for the jury. You're dismissed from any further service in this matter. You all may be seated. Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Duke, and Mr. Lopez, if you would please remain standing for the sentencing. Mr. Sanchez, is there any lawful reason why your client should not now be formally sentenced?
There's none.
Very good. Mr. Lopez, the order, judgment, and decree of this court that after the jury having found you guilty and assessed your punishment, that you be taken by the Sheriff of Dallas County, by her safely held, until you're turned over to an authorized receiving agent for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division, wherein you shall be confined for a period of 62 years. That sentence begins today, but you will be given credit for all of your back time, and I'm also giving you credit against any and all outstanding fines and court costs you may have accrued up to this point. The record should also reflect that the jury has assessed a fine, and I hereby assess it in accordance with their verdict at $10,000. Record should also reflect that you signed a copy of the trial court certification of your right of appeal. Do you recall signing that?
I do, Your Honor.
And when you signed it, did you understand it?
I did, Your Honor.
And if you cannot afford a lawyer, you do have a right to appeal this case. If you cannot afford a lawyer on appeal, I will appoint one for you. Unless there's anything else from either side, that concludes this hearing. On the record, he's your prisoner now. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.